Hello there. How's it going? Happy Friday. Um, yeah, so another clear night, so another live stream. Uh, hello from Joe V. Glad you thanks for joining. Wait, is that's the Crescent Nebula, isn't it? NGC 68838. Um, yeah, so I everything is kind of working the same as it worked yesterday, which is good. Um, the Hello, the Goblin. Good evening. Um, so everything's working pretty much the same it did last night. I have both Seestars going. I'm able to preview an image on one. And yeah, everything's kind of, I mean, it's sluggish, but it's working. Now, one of the things I did do differently on this, one thing I did do differently today, well, it's not different. I updated the Seestar software. There's been a lot of changes in the last few days. Not the Seestar software, the Seestar ALP kind of new web interface. That's interesting. Let me switch to that. So a lot of it's kind of the same, but oh, and by the way, I'm already as we joined as we started the stream, I'm already imaging a target just like yesterday because it is basically obstructed after around 10 p.m. So I wanted to go ahead and start imaging it. Now, one thing I did remember after I started imaging it is I didn't turn on. Uh, you can save rejected frames. I didn't turn that on. I forgot to turn that on, and I forgot to turn on or change the dither setting. So I'm going to change those after this target is done, which should be in a few minutes. Because I only did it for half an hour, and I started it, 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. So let me see. Let me make note of that so I don't forget, because this might end up being a long evening. Turn on saving bad frames and did the change dither. Okay. So mostly this hasn't changed, but there are some neat additions that have been made. One of them is on the schedule page. Did I click on that? Okay, here's the schedule page. It actually it's more responsive as far as showing you what item is running. But the thing I thought was kind of interesting when you're building the schedule and figuring out when to start things, it now includes the sunrise, sunset, and civilian and astronomical twilight for your specific location. So this can be handy. Like, for example, where I am, sunset was at 8:10 p.m. The civil twilight ended at 8:38. Astronomical twilight ended at 9:41. So I ended up starting it kind of before that, before kind of the real observing time began. So it was bright enough. I mean, it was dark enough that I was able to image, start aligning against the brighter stars and kind of kick off that process. And now it's actually fully dark. So that's a nice new addition, and because it adds a lot of information, it's now collapsible. There is, I have a note and I forget what that even means. I said configurable logging. I don't even remember. There've been some updates to the settings page. Now, some of these I showed yesterday, they weren't burned into the image that I had made, but I showed it live, the enable disable, and there's been some cleanup, like dew heater is now here. It had also been on the commands page, and now that's kind of been cleaned up, and so there's not like multiple places where you get the same thing. But there's been quite a few changes just since yesterday. It's yeah, twilight times. That's I mean I was able to use it tonight to get a handle on um, when to start imaging. But there's a lot of, so this is on August 2nd. So all this happened just today. Now a lot of these are merges, but still. Um, yeah, I fixed a bug. Yeah, and then highlight current item, do heater command, twilights added to schedule page. Oh, right. So that's what I was. The logs. If you run it, if you run the software on like a Raspberry Pi, there was some kind of variation. Sometimes it would put the logs in a logs directory. Sometimes it wouldn't. Now it's configurable. And there's some, there's some, the twilight times. It calculates those. There's also, we were talking about some other things, like right now when you go in and you pick an image, if you go in and look up an image, or not look up an image, if you're going to schedule a new target, like let me pick NGC 6888, and I search it and it gives me the coordinates and it clicks J2000. It probably should turn on the light pollution filter, but it doesn't. But that's probably going to be one of the next features that's going to be added. So it's rapidly changing. This particular build probably needs to be integrated into the executable for those who run the executable, the bundled version of it that you can run on Windows. This is too new. The bundled version is like a day or two old, so it's missing a couple new features. But yeah, so I have, like I say, I have the fact that this is highlighted. We'll see this later. The fact it's blue means that it's actually running that specific item. And if you have multiple items, it'll kind of go down. Like yesterday, I kept shifting back to the log files to this to see where it was going or what it was working on. But now we won't need to do that. Let me have a drink of soda. It's going to be probably going to be a long evening. Oh, did you see it just stopped? Let me go switch to the other one. Oh, they both stopped. Well, that's cool. I must have started them like really close to each other. You start your night off at the end of Civil Twilight. It's dark enough to image T. Corona Borealis. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Sometimes I have a little bit of issues with, I think it's because of my obstructed skies and I think it's just my obstructed skies. A lot of times I have to be very careful about what stars I pick, and it can't be too high, it can't be too low. And ideally it's in a position where it can do the horizontal calibration without kind of tracking, getting obstructed by a building. So it's kind of a hassle for me. So sometimes I wait until it's a little darker, like into like towards the beginning of astronomical twilight, just to have higher success rate. Now when the moon is up, a lot of times I can sometimes I'll actually align it before sunset even. I'll like manually align it with the moon, and then it kind of is able to track somewhat accurately, or a little bit more accurately. Let me switch back to the browser. So that's done now. So that's good. So I had made some notes yesterday about the targets I was going to start looking at first thing. Now, after midnight or around midnight, I'm going to do kick off a mosaic of Andromeda, because that's when it is not obstructed for me. But in the meanwhile, I'm looking at my list off screen. Yeah, it's funny. I had some notes to myself, and one of them was to update the app to include highlighting a specific item, because it was bothering me that I kept having to go back and forth. So I'll show you how this works. It's kind of interesting. So this telescope's neither one of them's doing anything right now. So I'm just going to clear the schedule, and I'm going to do like a few, just for the sake of argument, a few 5-second wait fors. So it basically will run one after the other, or let me make them different. 6 seconds and then 4 seconds. And so imagine this is your schedule of several different items. You can, this is kind of more dynamic, whereas before you had to kind of reload this page to see it update. So if I click start, it pretty much immediately starts saying it's running, and then it highlights the first one. And then as it kind of goes from item to item, it basically highlights it. So if you have multiple targets, and we'll see this later, I'm going to schedule 2 or 3 targets, and this way I can just go to this page instead of having to look at the logs to figure out what's going on. So I felt this, it was, and then see when it ended, it went ahead and went to stopped. So it's all very dynamic now. So let's go back to what am I going to image tonight? Actually, I want to check the stats, because I did an autofocus. Oh yeah, before I forget. So I did an autofocus on both of them on the first star it aligned on, and it looks like the focus points are about where they always are. Then notice the 2 telescopes are different. This one is 1700 and this is 1500 for whatever reason. But what I was going to do is go into the settings, and we're on telescope A. I want to, save failed. I guess that some of these settings persist between reboots and some don't. And I guess this one persists. But notice this one doesn't. I had this set to 15, so I'm going to increase it to 15 and save that. Then I'm going to go to the other one. It's basically, it kind of adjusts the position very slightly of the telescope, and it does it every 5 frames. So I'm going to do it every 15 frames. And this is the other one, so save. What is going on? This is so strange. Hold on. That's very strange. So that is positive. Let's see. Okay, so it remembered the setting. I just want to make sure that it remembered the setting. So these both are saved failed subframes and 15 frames between dithering. So that all looks good. So we're going to go back to, did I clear? Oh, I have 2 different telescopes, so, or 2 different Seestar set up. So, yeah, I mean, so Mars and Jupiter are still not close to each other, but they'll be getting closer over the next few days. And so in about a week and a half, they'll have their conjunction. Yeah. So first time seeing the settings page. No, it works fine. I mean, you saw that I was able to change it on one, change it on the other. I could just, if I wanted to really be tricky, I could make this 16. And so this is 16. And when I go to this one, it's 15. I go back to this one, still 16. So yeah, works great. I don't think I want to, I don't know if it really makes a difference. I'll put it back on 15 so I won't confuse myself. And what I'd been doing is I've been taking the schedules and like I'll do the schedule, I'll export it, and then yeah, waiting for no, actually, so one thing I did notice because my Wi-Fi was kind of acting a little finicky this afternoon. This was actually throwing errors every once in a while, and I think it's because I have the timeout set to like 2. Yeah, see, look, it just happened. I think it's because I have the timeout set to 2 seconds. Um, yeah, I think it's because it's timing out when it's trying to get the telescope stats, which is kind of annoying, but I think I might have to increase the timeout or update my network. Yeah, yeah, no. I mean, we can check. They are not on fire. Although the thermal camera does show them kind of warm, but no, they're not on fire yet. Um, so yeah, it works great. Yeah, I mean, because that is the one good thing, because I know when Wiley Side and I have worked on things, um, update the wireless. It's a meme, maybe. One of the things when Wiley Site and I were like doing some of the initial work on the UI, um, the like it was always good because since I had two telescopes, two Seestars, it was a good test. Like there were some things that were missed, and also there's it made some things a little trickier with some of the reconnect logic I did, where I wanted to be able to handle like one, like if you just have one and you shut it down, like you have everything could just stop working. But if you have two and you shut one of them off, or if one of them powers off, like you still want to be able to get into the other one. Um, so that ended up being more of a hassle, but it's good because then I think it made it more robust in general, just because I was having to deal with these situations where like one's running, one's not, and it has to be able to like, what is going on? That is so weird. Anyway, I think Google is like going crazy tonight. It keeps, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm just sorry. I'm 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 getting there. I'm getting there. Sorry. I was kind of talking about this this controller that I'm using to control the Seestars. So now I need to bring it back. I need to figure out what I'm going to look at. I don't think I can look at the Blaze Star because I haven't been able to image that in a few days. Oh yeah, see, look at this. It's this one is already getting obstructed by a building. But let me look up. I bet T. Corona Borealis is. Oops. I bet it is not. I'm typing in the wrong window. That's. Yeah, it's obstructed already. That's a bummer. So let us start with, what did I do yesterday? I observed, okay, here's my notes. I did M10. Oh, right. I started doing, okay. I did two globular clusters, or a globular cluster and and the Eagle Nebula. So let me go look at the Eagle Nebula, or see where it is. Oh, look at its fast forwarding on time. Nope. Okay, okay. So Eagle Nebula isn't quite visible yet. So I'll make note of that. M16, do that in a bit. Let's see, maybe I have it start the other direction towards my north. NGC 6, oops, 6, come on, 688. I really should use an external keyboard with this because I have to reach. Okay, so I could start doing the Crescent Nebula. So maybe NGC in half an hour, and I'll do NGC 6888 now. And I started doing the Pac-Man Nebula last night, but that is still obstructed. So let's see when that becomes visible. Yeah, maybe in an hour. Okay, so I'll say after 11 my time. I see 1590 after 11. And that's the Pac-Man. And yesterday I also did M24, but I think that's, let me see if M24 is visible. M24 is visible. Wait, no, that's an hour from now. Keep doing that. Okay, it's not visible. I could start North American Nebula, but let me see. I have all these other objects I haven't looked at yet. So I figured M24 after maybe 11 p.m. I don't know. And what else? The main problem is a lot of the nebulas, that kind of like over here, a lot of the objects over here, like the Trifid Nebula, are currently blocked, obstructed, but they'll kind of be pivoting into view soon-ish. I could do, oh, one of the things I was looking at yesterday that I didn't end up doing was the Bubble Nebula, which is nope, come on, nope, come on. Okay, it's NGC 7635. No, that isn't what is? Let me see. Oh yeah, that is the Bubble Nebula. So maybe maybe I can start the Bubble Nebula as well. Yeah, I'll start the Bubble Nebula. So we'll start with, because the skies aren't too bad right now, and there's no moon to interfere with things, so that's good. So I can do NGC 7635, and actually, just so I can go bring up the image. It's all clouds here, 76, that's a bummer. So the Pleiades are really early, but Triangulum, I definitely was going to try the Andromeda Galaxy, and Triangulum I think is after that, but I might be able to start doing that. Yeah, get the, but let me look at the Bubble Nebula. So I'll try the Bubble Nebula, and I'll do the Crescent Nebula, and what other ones? I'm just looking at the timing because I do want to actually have a proper schedule on one of them. Oh, oh, that was I have notes. Need to read the notes. So I have targets for after midnight tonight, which isn't that far away. Um, let's see. North American Nebula. I will do. Um, just kind of checking. I think I'm going to skip those other ones because I have enough here. A lot of them are longer exposures. NGC 6334. Let me look that up. Thanks. I always like having suggestions. 6334. And I cannot see it at this moment. Actually, I don't think I'll even be able to see it because it's so low. I I just have bad luck with my skies. See, and this might look at that. I could this might not even be accurate. It might go a little lower than this, but it might not be this low. So I really can't. I really can't see it from my backyard. My backyard is particularly. I have a feeling there are people who have balconies that have better views than I do. Yeah, yeah. Oof. Exactly right. It's pretty brutal. Um anyway. But oh yeah. So the Eagle Nebula is I'll probably do that in a little bit. That's M16. And actually that almost oh no, that's slightly yeah, it's not it's a little iffy right now because this boundary might not be good, but I'll do this in a little bit. So helix, let's look up helix. Helix. Yeah, recurring thing here. Okay, that will not be Helix Nebula will be visible at like 3 in the morning for me. um, it finally kind of it looks like it stays pretty low, so it just kind of goes through this little area. No, no, it's not that you're bad at it. It's just my skies are particularly bad. I mean, it rises at like midnight or something or earlier. Yeah, it rises at like in a little bit, before 11 p.m. Yeah, it rises just now. The problem is my sky with my obstructions, like there's buildings. These are all this is like literally silhouette of a bunch of buildings. Um so I get yeah, it rises now and it isn't until like 3 a.m. that it kind of pokes briefly. And this window, it's basically objects are in this only about an half an hour to an hour. Yeah, like about an hour, a little over an hour. It's in this window between like 2:45 and 4 a.m. Um, but for people who have good clear horizons to the south, they could start taking a photo of it maybe at 11 p.m. But not me. Um, well, and Orion, that's I don't think that rises until like I'm actually kind of curious because I know like some of these others are starting like these are more yeah, see by 3 in the morning it rises at after 1, but it's hidden behind buildings until after 4 a.m. for me. So in a couple months, 3 months, 3 months, I'll be able to see it. Dumbbell Nebula. Let me look that up. Let me go back to the current time. Um, Dumbbell Nebula is visible. So I could start with that. And that's right now. So and what is this filamentary? Yeah, it's I mean it's my skies are kind of a problem. So M27, let me type that in. So I'll schedule that on the same one that I do the Crescent Nebula on. And then the Bubble Nebula. And actually I could just do, and I could do, how long would I want to do M27? I probably don't need to do it that long. I'm kind of bouncing between screens here. M27, what else? What is this? Oops. What is this? And I'm like, I'm rearranging things on the wrong. Okay. Angelfish cluster. M71, I'm pretty sure I have that. Oh. Yeah, okay. So I'll do the dumbbell nebula. Yeah. Yeah, finally got one. So let me see. NGC 4206. No. See, those are to the west for me, and west is just a complete loss for me. I mean, I can see a little bit past the meridian, but basically everything to the west is like really bad. My backyard isn't that big, and I have a lot of buildings around, so yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, so like I wasn't able to get that many photos of galaxies because I had a bunch of cloudy weather, and then yeah, by the time that was over, most of it's all too far west, which is why a few weeks back I resorted to I theoretically can see west, but I literally put the Seestar hanging out the window to take photos to the west. Um, but that was not ideal, needless to say. Plus, I was a little worried about the neighbors, wondering why I had this like telescope pointing towards their houses on the other side of the street. Uh, Although I was taking photos above their house, it probably didn't look probably looked a little suspicious. Um, let's see. So we'll do that. I'm kind of curious about this Mothra. I know it's not going to be as impressive as it sounds, but poodle cluster. But I like this Mothra. I feel the need to take photo of Mothra. So I'll do M27 for maybe 15 minutes, and then I'll do Mothra, which is NGC 49. I'll do it for 10 minutes because if it's an open cluster, a lot of times I don't need to go that much longer on those. And then what else? I mean, and Bubble Nebula, I was almost thinking of doing like 45 minutes. And then when is M16 visible? Because since I have two telescopes, yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and schedule this on the other one. Or no, maybe. See, the problem is I can only show a preview of one of the telescopes. So I'm tempted. I don't know. Let me see. So NGC 7051. No, that's obstructed, unfortunately. It's a galaxy. Although it's to the east. So It will be visible in a couple of hours for me, but right now it's blocked. I didn't pull that up on screen. It was NGC 7051. Unfortunately, isn't visible. But so let me go ahead and start this schedule, and I'll do it on the telescope that we can actually view right now, which is telescope B. So here's the. It didn't switch. I didn't let it switch. Okay. So I am going to do. I'm going to do M27. Look up that. And I made a note. I'm going to do it for 15 minutes. Use the light pollution filter. And then I'm going to do NGC 6940. Okay. For 600 seconds. And what was that? That was an open cluster, so I don't need to use the light pollution filter. And then so that gets me out to, and then I do bubble? I'll do bubble nebula then after that. Or do I do crescent? I'll do crescent. I'll do the crescent nebula. Crescent's always a good one. I'll do that for half an hour. Use light pollution filter. And then I'll do bubble nebula. 7635. And I want to use the light pollution filter on that, and I'll do half an hour on that one as well. And do I want to then have it do, so this is an hour and not quite an hour and a half. So that would get it almost to 11. Do I want to do, or midnight, almost midnight. So then do I want to try to do the IC 1590? I can really cue this one up. IC 1590. Okay, is that the one oops. Yeah. It says it's an open star cluster, but it's the Pac-Man Nebula that I'm shooting for, which is really NGC. Yeah, sorry, it's NGC 281. Unfortunately, NGC 281. And really, this will be higher in the sky by the time I'm done with that. So I'll image it then. This is actually one of the first targets I used with my Seestar. And see, look, then Andromeda will be finally rising just after midnight. So I'll do the Pac-Man Nebula, NGC, NGC 281. Look it up. Okay. And I'll do half an hour with that, and I'll use the light pollution filter. Yeah, no. And so, see, I'll show you how this new functionality is nice because it immediately gives you feedback. And then once you get used to it, it's like, oh, nothing's highlighted, so it should run. Yeah, that's kind of rough, but let's see. So M27, NGC 6940, which was that open cluster. So I'm doing that for 10 minutes. Light pollution on that, no light pollution filter on everything else. That's the Crescent Nebula. That was it the Bubble Nebula? And then this is Pac-Man Nebula. So we've got um, not quite 2 hours of stuff. So that'll be good. That'll tie up this telescope pretty fully. But the nice thing is, since I'm doing it on this telescope, we can. Again, I've said this before. I need to improve my network. Maybe tomorrow I'll actually do it because it's the weekend. But I need to like do some patch panel, a punch down kind of. I don't even know if I have the tool here, but I ended up it's cheap, but basically I have to like make some network cable, and then I can get Wi-Fi closer to the telescope, so the signal should be much better. And then if I feel particularly ambitious, I can drill a hole through the wall, and I do have the outdoor silicone sealant for some cracks that we had to seal, so I can seal the hole. But at least we'll be able to monitor this one pretty easily. So this is where I was saying, yeah, that you make a good point about that, and we could easily do that, and that would make a lot of sense to make color coded. But once I start this, like, it immediately starts showing that now it's running the schedule, which is a big improvement. And actually, now the way it's running, or now the way it's implemented, it would be pretty easy to make this change color, and it would update pretty consistently. Let me switch to the Seestar so you can see it's going to the. Yeah, it's a huge improvement, and yeah, we'll be able to see it. I mean, the problem is it's kind of spaced out, the different steps of the mosaic of the schedule, but at least it should always show like what it's currently imaging. But yeah, it's definitely makes it. I mean, I did it because like last night I was tired of going back to the logs and trying to figure out what was going on, and it's fine for this telescope where I can pull up the iPad app on my laptop and I can check and say, okay, it's I can see what it's doing on screen, but the other one I can't do that, so I have to look at the logs. Now the one next thing I want to do too is I had started messing around with having like a status column here or something, where it could show you like on mosaics which panel it was working on. So then you don't even have one less reason to even look at the logs. But yeah, let me grab a drink. Yeah, definitely status for the win. Yeah, I mean, it's part of the problem. I mean, it's fine if you're thinking about these things, but you can't easily add them when you're using it, because then the schedule would get erased if you're restarting the app. And like in my case, it was cloudy for a while, and so I had these ideas, but then I didn't want to implement a lot of things that I couldn't test properly. So like this thing of updating the status, I had kind of this rough idea that I'm like, that would be nice, but then I had so much cloudy weather that I wasn't really. I didn't want to implement it until I could actually properly test it on a clear night. Anyway, so that one is running, so I can go now to A, and I was actually just thinking of kicking off actually, sorry, I'm bouncing around here, but let me see if M16 might actually be visible now. So M16, maybe I'll go ahead and try it. I mean, worst comes to worst, I could start with like the wild duck cluster, which is, which one is that? Is that, where was the wild duck? Oh, there's the wild duck. And that is, it's an open cluster, but it's a pretty impressive open cluster. So let me just do kind of a one-off of M16 and see if that even works. Although I don't know how I'd even know if it worked or not. Yeah, I'll go ahead and try it. I'll do some M16. And I'm just going to do a one-off schedule on this one. So I'm going to do M16. And I'm going to do it for half an hour, maybe, with the light pollution filter. And that will get me out to 11 p.m. And then maybe I'll do a quick, let me see when Andromeda rises, because that's really the main thing that I have been itching to work on. If I go an hour from now, 2 hours, yeah, so it's not going to be for a good solid 2 hours. So let me go back to M16. Oh yeah, yeah, it's going to be it's really nice. I'm like it's brand new, and hopefully there aren't any substantial issues with it. But so far, it's been the testing I had done earlier. It's going to be, and I do like Jovi's suggestion of kind of just that much more of having like the start stop color coded as well, so it's even more clear. So it just kind of, it's right there for you to, so you don't accidentally so you don't accidentally forget to start it, but then also once it's started, now we actually know where it is, what it's working on. The only remaining thing I need to do is add for mosaics which panel it's on. But then I had done, so I kicked off a mosaic. Well, let me start M16 here, and then I'll talk. Okay, I'm just going to run a single item schedule, and then I'll figure out what I'm going to do afterwards. So one thing I had done is, as part of testing this, because I wrote it during the day, and I'm like, well, how do I test it? And so I did what I showed earlier, where I just had a bunch of wait fors and kicked it off, and I could see it kind of cycling through it. And so then I got this idea that, well, let me actually try to do a mosaic. And it's, I picked the North American Nebula, but it was like much earlier today, like midday. And the problem was it was below the horizon, and it errored, like it completely errored on the go to. So in the code for the mosaic, it does a few things. It kind of, you tell it how big the mosaic is, like 3 by 3. It kind of it does some initial kind of it does some calculations where it figures out kind of the center point of each panel, and it kicks off this go to command where it kind of goes to that coordinate. But because it was below the horizon, it immediately failed. But the way it's implemented internally, there's no good way to get that message back out. It's not straightforward just getting the message directly back. And so, but I want to get it back. I want that to show up on the screen here, but that'll be the next thing. So showing if things are running correctly, which panel it's on, how many panels it's already done, how many have failed, that's relatively straightforward. But if it completely fails, um, before it even starts, like if it fails on autofocus, it's easy to capture that. But if it fails just even going to the object, it's hard in the code to kind of get that out. But that's kind of my next step is so that way when you kick off something, you'll be able to just see, okay, it failed on or like one of the panels failed. So that'll be the next thing. Yeah, it's yesterday you were where Red Angel, where are you located? I know you're somewhere else, like in a different like in Europe or something. Um yeah. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I'll show you the mosaic after this. Well, this is going to run for a while. I don't know. I'm tempted to just stop it because, to be honest, I have plenty of M16. Let me, actually, that's a good test. Hopefully I don't break everything. But I'm going to just stop this one. Yeah, it stopped. Yeah. And let me just double check that the other one is still going. Yep, this one's still going. And actually I can even view it. Oh, look at that. Hey. Hey. Someone mentioned they wanted to see nebulas, and here you go. This is M27. Yeah, there we go. See? That's turning out nicely. I mean, this is a nice bright one. That's only with 6 minutes of data. So it's very satisfying. Yeah. Yeah. Very, very, it's nice. But yeah, so with the web interface, for the mosaics. So once you have it running, I'm going to clear out this schedule, the M16. So once you have the mosaic, you go, so what I do is I pick mosaic. Yeah, the goblin. Nice. Yeah, thanks. So we go to North American Nebula, which is I've been doing that one. And maybe I'll go ahead and kick that one off for an hour and a half for now. So what I personally do is I'll enter so I'm on the telescope, on the schedule tab, and then mosaic, and then I enter the target. I click look up, and so then these are the coordinates of the center. Now some people use some of the, what was the one? There's other software people or websites people use. Is it this one? Yeah, some people use this website where you can astromosaic, where you can go do the same thing, where I can go look up an object, NGC 7000, and I want to do a Seestar, and I want to do a mosaic grid, and I have a 3x3 grid with how much overlap does it have? Oh, I want to do 50% overlap, and it's taking a while loading this, but basically you can, did it pick the coordinates? Okay. Sometimes it doesn't load, I guess. Let me try that again. Okay, yeah. I've had that with some of these databases. So let me go NGC 7000. And so like this is another way to get the coordinates for the panel, or I mean for the center. I usually don't do it. I just go to the web in the controller, enter NGC 7000, and I hit search. So now these are the coordinates of the center, and I'm going to do a 3x3. So I have 3 right ascension, 3 declination panels, and 50% overlap. If you have your Seestar doing equatorial mode, you can have less of an overlap. Leave J2000 checked because these coordinates are J2000. And I'm going to do a 90-minute, that's 90 minutes, 5,400 seconds. So that way it'll do 10 minutes per panel because there's 9 panels, 9 times 9. And I mean, you don't have to think of it that way. You can just kind of punch in a number. Yeah, in EQ mode, you can get by with much less overlap. But because I'm doing alt-azimuth mode, which is the default for the Seestar, I do 50%. Some people end up having to do like 60%, but I'm going to do 50%. And because this is a nebula, I'm going to do light pollution filter. I use autofocus off, like I don't turn this on. Well, so I have two different Seestars, but the schedulers right now are completely separate. So if you start a mosaic, it won't schedule it across both telescopes. It's only running on one of the telescopes. Now, you can run the same mosaic on 2 different telescopes, and then it will save the images locally on both. But the schedulers are separate, as right now, at least they are. Well, so yeah, 10 minutes, it basically spends 10 minutes, but because of rejection, it's probably only getting 7 minutes of data. Yeah. Yeah. So you schedule it, you hit submit, and now it's added to the scheduler. It's currently stopped, but if I hit start, it'll go ahead and kick off the mosaic. Right. So you can save rejected frames, and I did turn that on. So I can go look at, if I go look at settings, I have save failed frames enabled. So it will save the failed frames. So hopefully it won't be too bad. But yeah, so to get, I was saying how there's 2 different schedules. So here I have, this one has this mosaic. It's not currently running, but if I go look at the other one, it's got its own schedule. Oh, and see, it's already moved on to the next one. And it is currently running, but it's completely separate. Some people have asked about that. Some people have asked about the ability, if you have multiple Seestars, of scheduling a mosaic across all of them, but that's currently not the way it works. And the way it's internally implemented, it could be done, but right now it kind of, each telescope has kind of got its own schedule. So it would be kind of, and the way the mosaic, it calculates, what panels to go to, that's all local to that schedule. That setting is very helpful. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to go ahead and kick off this North American nebula because I wanted to do it anyway. Although, do I want to tie up this one for an hour and a half? Let me see. Let me see what else I was going to image before the even later targets. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to tie this up for an hour and a half. But then again, I don't have anything else to do. Yeah. Maybe I'll go back to M16. I'll go back to M16. Oh, and the other thing is, if you want to have the same schedule running on both telescopes, what I've done is I'll enter it in one. I do an export. It saves it out as a CSV, and then I go to the other telescope. I switch over up here, and then I import the schedule in, and so I have the exact same schedule running on 2 different scopes. And And because like you don't have to start it, like you can have the schedule all loaded but not start it. So what I'll do is I'll get everything kind of worked out on one. When the other night I wasn't doing a live stream, but I did it. And it's that initial target I had before the stream started that was running when it started. I had done it that way where it's actually something I had set up a couple days ago. I had done an export of this specific target with its coordinates, and um, and then I just loaded it into both telescopes into the scheduler, and then but I didn't hit start immediately, and then I just went, once they were both loaded, then I just go to A start, B start, and so the schedules are running at pretty much the same point, so they both ended at the same point. Instead of having like a big separation between the two. Not that it matters that much, but maybe if I'm stacking like the whole bundle of images together, I'm not adding to the field rotation. Like they're both kind of beginning and ending around the same point. Yeah. Yeah. So these videos, these are live, but I leave them up. Like you can always go back and look at them. So, um, and people do. I do see people watching it after the fact, and yeah, and you're very welcome. Glad I could help. Yeah, and that was also something that happened. I had created a schedule the other day, and I messed up something in the middle, and I was like, oh man, I don't want to have to re-enter it, and I just exported it, made a couple of, like I hadn't turned the light pollution filter on one item that I should have. Anyway, it's easy enough to export, edit it, and then re-import. It's been very helpful. Yeah. Yeah, that's a fairly recent feature that Wiley site added. That was very nice. And I've used it a lot since we don't have like inline editing currently. I'm just going to go ahead and go back to M16. Let's look that up. And 1800, and use light pollution filter, schedule it, and start it. And it is running, and now I can go back to this one. This one is still on. So this is on that open cluster, so that's not going to be going for too long. Yeah, so you can see it's an open cluster there. Yeah, rejected frames. Yeah, that is not a feature I have personally used, but yeah, it's in there where you can grab coordinates from Stellarium. You can also, if you have the coordinates in the copy buffer, it will try to parse them and fill them in. I haven't personally used that, and I haven't gotten Stellarium. I mean, I have Stellarium running, but I haven't hooked it up. But it was funny because I was talking to somebody yesterday, and I was helping him or yesterday, the day before, I was helping him get Windows running, and I was helping him get Windows running, or helped him getting this running on Windows, and he was asking, "Oh, how do you hook it up to Stellarium?" And I'm like, "I haven't done it yet. It's supposedly easy," and he had it going in like a couple minutes, but he was having crashing issues, which if you're using a certain version of Stellarium, apparently is a known issue. So when you're trying to do telescope control, but if you get the right version, it works well. Yeah. So I was actually thinking about that. Funny you should mention that. Now that the schedule items have IDs, I was actually thinking it would be trivial to add editing. So maybe somebody could do that. So someone, right. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. So it's potentially. I I don't remember if anybody's done it with the Mac, but I have thought about doing it because if you go, let me see if I can bring this up. Um, Let me find if I have it. Okay, yeah. So if you go into the like on the Mac, the uh, the Seestar shows up as a um, network server, and so you can just connect to it, and it's slow because of my network connection, but you can go in and look at it shows you a live view of the file system. So um, I'm looking at 6940. So 6940 is this. See, the problem is I have two different Seestars, and I'm afraid this might be the other one, which was M16. I was looking at M16. So, yeah, so potentially you could write a script that would attach to that network drive and then copy files off. It wouldn't be that difficult to do theoretically. And then yeah, the Stellarium button, that's cool. I unfortunately I need to set it up on my Mac. Yeah, and fix my wireless. Yeah, yeah. Maybe this weekend is the time. I mean, it's frustrating. It's frustrating not just when I'm doing a live stream. It's just frustrating in general, because I can't get to. I mean, like, look at this. It's loading for a while, and it's just not. It's just not loading. I mean, it'll load eventually. It just takes a while. Um, yeah, this is it's like a Dr. Pepper, but it's an HEB brand Dr. Pepper, so it's Dr. B, I guess. Anyway, yeah, this takes a while, but yeah, so potentially you could have a script, and it's I haven't done it yet because oh, see, did you just see that? I saw it on the screen. It just automatically went from one item to the next without me having to do anything. Um, and if I go look at the actual image, see it's now identifying the new target. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Fix my wireless. But yeah, I got the punch down tool. You know what was funny? A few weeks ago, it was before the hurricane. I ordered a punch down tool because I have one I think somewhere around here, but I couldn't find it. So I was like, they're cheap. I'll order another one. And the order it was like one of the very few Amazon orders I've had that like it never arrived, and they said it was like damaged in shipment, and I'm like, it's such a small thing, how did they damage that in shipment? Anyway, so I was like, I'm too busy, and then a few weeks elapsed and I went ahead and ordered it. And so I need to just do it because the reason I haven't scripted it is because it's like so painfully slow. Like, look at that, it's still loading. But potentially, if I had the wireless fast enough, I've I wouldn't even necessarily have to, I could run a script and then batch process it offline, but I could actually have it potentially like Cyril or some other software monitoring the folder and do the live stacking in the software instead of yeah by just watching a folder. So another reason I need to fix the wireless. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, it the images aren't that big. Like they're a few meg and it's doing it every 10 or 20 seconds. So that I don't think that would put that much of a load on it. I mean, it's not that the drive is that fast, but I think it would be manageable. Um yeah, okay. Yeah, True Freedom confirmed that it's not that bad. Um yeah, I delete the JPEGs and copy the fits over. Okay. Live stacking. You found a library? Are you talking about doing it in SSC? That would be interesting. That would be that would be kind of funny. I mean I have mixed feelings because since it is written in Python, like we could potentially do anything with it. There's so many libraries out there. But you know, do you want do we turn it into like a complete? I don't know. We could. Yeah. Okay. So this is good. Confirmed that it can be done. I just need better wireless. Flat out, yeah. Flat out, yeah. Uh, and yeah, yeah, that's true. Wouldn't now. I mean, potentially, there's it's you wouldn't necessarily have to do live stacking, like like the Seestar does. Like when you look at this, what it's doing here, it's not pulling subframes. It is, I believe, getting data streamed to it. Because when I looked at it, that seems to be what's happening. It does like this command that it starts sending it like a stream of image data. Um, and so I haven't dug into it too deeply, but if we could harness that, then we could show the same thing without having to look at all of the um, all of the subframes. Go for it. ZWO didn't do what for on Windows? Oh, you mean as far as like having this kind of app running on Windows? Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. I don't know. I need to I'm not going to go into the details, but I need to look at some things again. Because I mean there could be multiple ways of approaching this. Either using whatever the app is doing to get the data, um, which is coming down over the same connection that all these other commands run on, or doing something like um, just looking at the images, and then we could do our own stuff. We could potentially look at like I said, like Jovi was saying, stack it ourselves or something. Um, I mean, again, there's so much stuff Python does. Yeah. I mean, we could go really overboard and have it like, yeah, do our own astrometry, uh, kind of figuring out what all is on the frame. And yeah, I mean, like there's all these Python libraries that do different astronomy related lookups and calculations and image processing libraries, and like there's so much. Could really do almost anything with it. Things to think about. So this is now we're on the Crescent Nebula, and it's so you can kind of see. It's, I mean, only 4 minutes of data, so it's making some progress. And I think I did that for half an hour. Yeah, half an hour. So it's going to be on this one for a while. Um, did let me see if the other one ever returned. Oh, hey, it finally returned. Let me. Oh, See, I scroll down and oh, you know what? That's my bad. I think if I switch to this view, no, maybe not. I think because it's like getting metadata about these images. But you know, one thing I've wanted to do since people have done the PowerShell scripts, or they've shared, a couple different people have shared PowerShell or batch scripts. One person shared a batch file and one person shared a PowerShell. I was thinking we should probably create like a contribution, either project or just a directory under this under this project, and put those kind of scripts there. So when people grab it, there's other tools available if they want to kind of, so they're just there and not something where people have to go find them. Um, um, post processing of mosaic data can't be. I mean, yes and no. I mean, what a lot of people do is they will stack the individual subframes of the mosaic. They'll stack they'll stack each panel, the subframes of each panel, and then in serial, and then they'll combine the panels with that ASTAP software. I mean, there's a few different programs people use, but this is one that people use that to combine the panels for the mosaic. But that said, as an experiment, in Cyril, you can kind of throw together a bunch of frames, and there's a kind of when it figures out where the stars match, you can either do kind of like it does a minimum boundary around all the frames, kind of like not kind of minimum boundary, but it's kind of minimum boundary. But you can also do maximum boundary. And I actually fed a whole bunch of frames from the North American Nebula from a mosaic I had done, and it's not perfect, but let me see if I can find it. Okay, let me open this. Okay. This so I mean, this hasn't been post processed at all. Basically, this is just a whole bunch of frames, no gradient removal, nothing. But you can see it was able to kind of combine a bunch of stuff from the North American Nebula. It's definitely not perfect, but it was able to create a fairly large object. And I did it too for, do I have it? Unfortunately, I think it's on an external drive, but I did it for Andromeda as well. I had taken some photos kind of the Andromeda area, the Orion Nebula area. I had taken a bunch of frames, not just of Orion, but like M3043 and kind of that area. And I just fed it all into Cyril and did this kind of maximum boundary registration stacking. And it actually was reasonable. I haven't fully processed it, but you can kind of convince Cyril to combine some things. Now, is it as good as stacking each panel individually and then feeding it to ASTAP? Probably not, but I haven't gotten that far yet. Eventually I want to compare the methods of like just feeding everything to Cyril and then doing it the way, panel by panel. So back to the app, have it running on Windows. That would be cool. I'm behind. I gave a long-winded response. Whoa. I think sorry. Yeah, a tools or utilities folder? Yes. Um, so the workflow, collect fits files, stack them, and then, well, no, Cyril stack. I do Cyril I use Cyril for stacking. Um, I mean, some people use other software like was it Astra Stacker or something like that. There's a few different ones, but personally, I stack in Cyril. Um, Now you like I was saying, they stack a specific panel. So going back to the directory, when you kick off a mosaic, I didn't mention this, but um, so I actually named the mosaic. Uh, it was NGC 7000 3x3. So that's the name. But you see these suffixes of 1 1, 1 2, 1 3. These are each panel. So it was a 3x3 panel, and it created. Um, Man, it's going to take a while, but basically, here's the stacked and then the subframes for each panel. And so you basically take each panel, um, stack them separately, and then combine it using this a astrometric stacking program. Um, and yeah, yeah, it's yeah. If you want to crop it, it would make yeah, yeah. I mean, it wasn't necessarily ideal, but yeah. Does Cyril plate solve? It looks for it doesn't plate solve, but it tries to match up the stars. And I that particular one I did as a two pass. Um, like you can have it kind of go through and you can either have it go off the first frame or you can do a two pass where it tries to find the optimal frame. Now, I don't know if it ends up falling apart for bigger mosaics. I haven't tested it thoroughly. I have a feeling it does fall apart for bigger mosaics because, like, if it figures out the optimal frame and all the other frames around it kind of overlap with it, does it do like second order overlapping, like for the frames that are don't overlap with like the ideal frame? You know what I'm saying? Like it'll find like the central frame and then map things around it. Although looking at this thing, like I can't imagine that there would be a single frame that would have covered. I mean, maybe a frame somewhere in here that everything else. No, I don't think everything else would have touched that. So I don't know. I haven't played around with all the frames. Yeah, panels are way faster for mosaics. And that said, yeah, don't do this necessarily. That the other thing about this, it took 3 hours for it to process it. Granted, there were. Oh no, it wasn't this one. It was the one I did of uh of the Orion Nebula, but there were over 2,000 frames, but it took 3 hours to process it. Um, yes. What True Freedom? I'm behind on the chat. Yes, Cyril does star pattern matching. ASTAP actually does plate solving because it comes with a database of an astrometric database that it plates that it can be. So the cool thing about this versus the Cyril method, if you're with Cyril, if you get the calculations wrong, like I think Wiley Site, this happened to him, and I've seen other happen to other people. If you get the overlap, if you have too much of an overlap, you could end up with panels that don't actually overlap. So Cyril wouldn't be able to figure out how those were connected because it doesn't do the astrometric. It's looking for overlapping stars, and if there's no overlap, it doesn't know what to do. Whereas ASTAP, it knows it plate solves, it knows where the stars are, and so you could end up with panels and then big gaps, but at least you know where you have gaps, whereas Cyril wouldn't be able to do that. Jovi off to bed. Good night. Thank you for joining, and thanks Joe V is also one of the, he's been helping with, he's one of the contributors to the web interface. So uh, it's appreciate the everything, and appreciate that you showed up, that you um, thanks for showing or for being here. It's getting late. I'm English hard. Cloudy night tonight. That's a bummer. Yeah, thanks True Freedom for showing up, or for being here. I appreciate it. I really do. Um, yeah, I'm probably gonna go for at least another couple hour or two because I want to start a mosaic of Andromeda. So that's my goal. Um, yeah. So yes, that's the other thing. Mos EQ mode is definitely much better. You don't have to do nearly as much. You don't have to do nearly as much overlap, but then like because you start running into some really big problems. Like if you look at um, like if I look at NGC 7000, um, let me zoom in here. So yeah, this is fine, right? But if you're doing a mosaic of here, like, and especially if you're doing it over, say, a couple hour period, like look at how massively that rotates in just a couple of hours. So imagine you're doing panels over like multiple panels, like each one is going to be, very rotated relative to the others, which is why you end up having to do 50 or even 60%, especially for like cases like this where it's like massively rotating. And so that's part of the reason why the mosaics I've done of North American Nebula, I've done them over, I'll do only like 10 minutes per panel to try to mitigate some of that. So like the total elapsed time is like an hour. So each individual panel isn't as rotated. The problem is though, I have to just do it over multiple nights or have both of the telescopes going at the same time, which I've done. Um, and then, and that, no, that's another case where saving the, exporting the schedule, importing, and you have the exact same schedule. Not that that's too hard to recreate, but then you just start them at almost the exact same time. So then each panel, so like the first panel on both will be about the same. So you could stack all of the first panel frames together. So you're getting rejected frames. um, yeah, so yeah. So EQ mode, TLDR, EQ mode, definitely better. But I had some difficulty with that as well. So I've kind of stuck with um, alt azimuth mode. I had tried. I had tried. I think the problem is I was trying to do it on a live stream and I was running into calibration issues right off the bat, and so I couldn't even proceed, and I was down a telescope. So I need to try it on a night that I'm not streaming, so that if I need to go downstairs and kind of fiddle with it, I can. Whereas it's a little trickier when I'm up here, but because I'm on the second floor instead of, but I'm on an outside wall, but I'm on the second floor, so I can't just go to the telescope quickly. Let's go look at where we are. Astromosaic. Yeah, so this one is, yeah, this finally loaded. Seestar, mosaic grid, 50% overlap. And I've seen people where they take the individual coordinates and they kind of, or they use this to kind of figure out the optimal point for framing purposes, like if you want to kind of, if you want not just the North American Nebula, or if you're doing something with like um, the Veil Nebula, or you want to have the East and West Veil in one frame, you can't just type in like a specific NGC number. So you end up kind of maybe fiddling around with the coordinates in one of these online tools, and then figuring out, okay, how many panels, what do I need to cover the whole thing, and then plug that into the controller. But yeah, so this is still running on this. Let's go look at that. Yeah, this is looking nice. I mean, I've collected a lot of data on 6 a.m. Yeah, no problem. Thanks. I feel free to. I do these periodically. Feel free to drop in. I do these about once a week, assuming it's clear. So thanks Al for being here. Appreciate it. And yeah, Red Angel. Yeah, it's getting late, and it's later for you too, right? Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah, and yeah, if you have any questions, it's a good because like if you have any questions about this interface, because like I'm one of the people who works on it, so I don't use it as heavily as some people do. Like I haven't, like someone who's not here right now, but Wiley Sight, he's on the stream a lot. He'll show up, and he uses this functionality quite a bit, and he's done a lot of mosaics with it as well. So it's good, kind of good resource if you have questions, or you just want to kind of hang out. Especially I like doing it when it's cloudy here. I like hopping on other people's live streams and being able to vicariously look at things while it's observing. And this is also pretty good. Like I'm Bortle 9, so I'm able to kind of get this stuff image, so it's very satisfying. Let me. Yep. Good night, Red Angel. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. So how far is this in? It's collected 17 minutes of data. It was supposed to run for half an hour, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's almost done. Because of the rejection rate I get. Let me go see how the other one's doing. Oh, this should be... Did I never start this? I started it. It's probably finished already. Okay. Thanks, the Goblin. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's getting late, but like I say, I'm on a mission to start a mosaic of the Andromeda Galaxy, so I'm going to be going for a bit longer. I think this may have finished, so I should do something else for this one. Let me look at my list of targets. M16. Did I schedule the Pac-Man? I scheduled the Pac-Man on this other one, didn't I? Yeah, the Pac-Man is NGC 281. So what else do I want to image? Oh, yeah, those aren't visible yet. Let me check something here. I don't think these targets are visible yet, but if I go to IC 1590, is that right? No, it wasn't IC 1590. It was IC 1848. That one might not be visible yet, but the Heart Nebula might. Maybe I'll try the Heart Nebula. IC 1805. Let's try the Heart Nebula. Let me double check that it's showing. Yeah, let me try the Heart Nebula on the other telescope. What was it? It's IC 1805. So that is still running. I'm going to clear this schedule, and it is IC. All right. Where are you located, Red Angel? I'm just always curious where people are. Let me see. Okay, IC. What did I say? 1805. I have several things written here, and then 1805 is the Heart Nebula, and there's the coordinates. I'm going to do it for half an hour, and I will want to use the light pollution filter. So I keep forgetting I can look at the live view. So this one is pointing that way, and then this one, did I start it? I just want to double check that I started it. I didn't start it. See? This is why I need to have a big red status. Okay, so this is running. So this one should start moving, I think. I think this one is the one that's going to start moving. And yep, it's starting to move. And that is going to go to the Heart Nebula. I don't even know if it can see it because it's fairly low in the sky. So we'll see if it immediately fails. All right, bye. Bye, Red Angel. Have a good night. Oh, sorry, I didn't. Have a good night. Let's see. Let's see. How will I know if it's running? I guess I can look at the logs. That is, and the problem with the logs is if I have it on this screen, it's producing a lot of unnecessary chatter. So I'm just gonna. This is why I want to kind of make some further enhancements to the application, because it's still I still end up having to go, or I still end up wanting to go to the web interface to look at things. Now this isn't off to a great start. It says plate solve failed, so it might be having a problem. So we'll see. Okay, I see that telescope B has finished on, and it's moving on to another target, but now is telescope A, which is the one I just started, is it going to be able to find the target? It's a mystery. See, plate solve failed. I think it's going to fail. That's fine. It wasn't clear to me that it would even be able to see that target. So the Heart Nebula might be something that I'll have to do later. I mean, I could do. What could I do? Let me turn off this view, because it ends up. Oops. It ends up slowing it down. Slows down stellarium. Swimming alligator cluster, funnel cloud. I mean, I guess I could go. Is there anything down here that might be actually visible now? There might be. Not sure. I mean, the stuff down here isn't visible for very long, unfortunately. Vega, coal sack. Which one is this one? Hole in a cluster. Huh. Elephant trunk. Maybe I'll do elephant trunk. I see 1396. Let me look that up. So I'll do IC 1396, and then I'll do hard again, which is elephant trunk. And then I'll do 1848 after that. So let's go look at the logs and see what it's doing. So see, this one has moved on. This is the bubble nebula now. And this one failed. It just totally failed. It was running and it just couldn't find the target. So I'm gonna start this over. I'm gonna do elephant trunk, which definitely should be visible from my very difficult backyard. Okay, and I'm gonna do, maybe I don't do a full, I'll do 20 minutes. And I'll do light pollution filter. So that is going to be elephant trunk. And then I do 1805, which is, did it actually update the coordinates? Sometimes I don't. Yeah, it updated the coordinates. I'm going to do that for 20 minutes. Yeah, use a light pollution filter. And we'll see if that works. And then that's the Heart Nebula. And then I see 1848. I didn't enter the IC. IC 1848, which if you look that up, that is 1848, is the Baby Nebula. But I think, will it be in an hour? Could that be visible? That's still going to be low. That might be iffy. So let me try. I'll try it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then I'll use light pollution filter and submit. And so I have 3 20-minute items, all with light pollution filter. And let me start that one. Okay. And so this one should actually work this time. Let me see. It should say it's like plate solving and it should succeed. But yeah, I need to improve, or not necessarily me, but there's improvements that can still be done. Did it? Plate solve succeeded. Great. So that means it was able to find kind of where it was, which I was hoping would be, yeah, which I was expecting because it's actually high enough in the sky, the elephant trunk. So that should be working. And so this will be going for an hour, a little over an hour. This one is kind of, it's got less than an hour because it's already on this second to last one. And let's look at that. This is the bubble nebula. Oh, okay. See, so it's the bubble is in there somewhere. It looks kind of like an eye, but there's a bubble in there. Oh, so that's only 4 minutes of data, so that's going to be running for a while. So we've probably got close to an hour left. When does... Oh, and let me look at my notes. Because, yeah, Elephant Trunk, Heart Nebula, and kind of this other one. And then M31. When is M31 visible? M31. Will it be visible in an hour? Yeah, it'll be visible in about an hour, maybe a little later. So by the time these existing schedules, assuming they succeed, by the time they finish, Andromeda should be high enough. Now, there was a question about Triangulum. That won't be visible until after 1:30 for me because of the buildings in the way, maybe till 2, so I probably won't get to that today. But I definitely want to get to Andromeda, the Andromeda Galaxy. So sometime after midnight, but probably before 1. So that's good. Making progress. Let me see. Yeah, making progress. Cool. Yeah. So got it. Sitting here for a while, a couple hours. Oh, hey. Hello, Marco. You're shooting the Sagittarius star cloud. That's cool. Yeah, I've been thinking. I've imaged that a little bit, and I'd been thinking about doing it again, but it's just in a bad location for me. Sagitt, come on, Sagittarius, 2 T's, various star cloud. Yeah, see, oh no, this is I'm in the future here. Yeah, it is theoretically visible where I am, but not. It's in this kind of like narrow valley between two buildings, and so I only have a narrow window to be able to image it. And the last time I imaged it, I think the problem was last time I imaged it, the moon wasn't too far away, and so it looks like it has a lot of potential, but I wasn't having good luck. I didn't have good luck with it that time, so I need to revisit it. Because it looks really spectacular. I mean, it's just so many stars, but like yeah, there's like a lot of stars there. Yeah. I definitely need to revisit it because I wasn't able to do it justice the last time that I tried it. I might actually get up for a moment to stretch my legs because I'm going to be doing this for a bit longer, and I'm going to get some. I haven't drank all my water, but I'm going to get some more water. I'll be right back. Actually, while I'm going, I can go look at the live view, and then I can bring up the Seestar. So this is doing the bubble. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more water. Oh man, this it's not that I'm short or anything. It's this table is this is actually a stool, so this table isn't. It's almost like a standing table. So I'll be right back uh, with getting some water. Refill. I refilled my water. There, much better. Plus, I was able to stretch my legs a little bit. I was actually thinking as I went to get the water, I was thinking, I wonder, they have like the standing desks and they have kind of treadmill desks. I wonder, I'm sure people have done it, but it would be interesting to do a live stream with like a treadmill desk where you're like walking along, talking. It's like, what is he doing? It's like, don't ask. Um, yeah, yeah. I don't think I'll do that. Um, I had, I have a treadmill, but I don't use it very often. Um, anyway, so Bubble Nebula is coming along. Let me go look at, um, let me look at closing out that and that and that. Let me look at the schedule. Okay, so we're on well, I know because I was just looking at the Bubble Nebula, but let's see what this one's doing. Okay, so this one's doing okay. Um, yeah, I need to figure out how to best um, uh, surface some of the statistics because I think it would be cool to for mosaics to see where it is on the like how many panels it's imaged and how many have failed. But it could also be interesting if we could have stats on like how many frames and how many rejected frames it had taken. Maybe I'll create an issue. Um, so this is the code. So these are just different things people have talked about. Let me see. Send text API. I'm just trying to see if there's any. I'll create a new one. So update show status of schedule item while running. Possible values to show. Mosaic panels number of panels succeeded, number of panels failed. For images, number of frames succeeded, number of frames rejected, and also error. What do you call it? Go to errors and go to errors. So in the case of like a go to error, specifically, I had mentioned it earlier in the stream where I was testing out the mosaic or a mosaic, and I typed in a target, and it was during the day, so it completely failed because it was below the horizon. And so it would be nice to be able to surface those kind of errors. Um, and actually, even in general, it would be nice to know what step it's on. Go to focus, uh, imaging. And same here. Go to focus imaging. Yeah. So I think some of that would be kind of handy. But this is the website we use for tracking this stuff. And actually, I just realized I've got my computer on night shift mode or whatever it's called, and it is massively yellowing the screen. So let me shut that off. What time? Oh, did it set to? Yeah, it kicks off like just now, which is why I just now noticed it. So that's much better. But yeah, this is the GitHub account or the GitHub project where this this Seestar ALP and web interface lives. And so yeah, we create these. If you work in software, you're familiar with these kind of things, issue trackers. But yes, so good question. It is. It was basically like here's the. I mean, you don't have to run it this way, but like here's the source code, and device is where all the telescope kind of ALP API logic was, and there's a very originally named directory called front. It's the front end, so that's the web interface, and it started off like basically it started, the web interface didn't exist before last month, and I don't think it's only been a few weeks, and it was to run it before you had to run two separate scripts in this project, one under device, one under front, but it's since been unified. So this root underscore app will start up both things. And there is there's several different ways of running it. You can run it on a Raspberry Pi, you can run it on Mac. Mostly you end up having to have like a development environment to get it to run. But there is a Windows, and we need to put it in a better place in the README. But there is a Windows executable, kind of a self-contained Python package where you just run that, and so you don't have to install Python or do anything else. It'll just kind of unpack itself, and you're up and running. But it's pretty. I just helped someone the other day get it up and running on a Windows computer, and it's very straightforward. Or so they told me, because I haven't run it yet on a Windows box. But yeah, this web interface is all of the telescope scheduling and mosaic and all these settings and commands. These are all purely built on top of this Seestar ALP. It's just kind of a more user-friendly experience, because before you either had to hook it up to some other software, or you used something like Bruno, which is an API kind of editing tool, an API tool, which it's functional, but it's not necessarily the most user-friendly, especially if like this is what you would have to do, which Bruno is a third-party tool, and it had the kind of the API definitions here, and so you'd go pick Okay, I want to get the device state, and if I want to, like I say, this is very much a developer tool. I mean, non-developers can use it, but it's not the most user friendly. So the web interface it basically is making all these calls under the hood, um, to just make it more helpful, and or yeah. I mean, honestly, like I could have used Bruno, but I prefer having a web interface, um, especially because like some of the things when you uh, and people were doing it, a lot of people were doing it, but like if you want to create a mosaic, um, like you have to use, like, it's a JSON object, and you can't even, at least with this tool, you can't even fully, it's kind of hard to even see everything you need to edit. So like people would copy and paste this JSON value, edit it, and then paste it back in. Um, Whereas the web interface, it just kind of is all right there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it's it's and that's the. I mean, that was part of the motivator, the motivating the motivation behind the web interface was, it was a great, it, it really, the Seestar ALP software really unlocks a lot of things in the Seestar that you couldn't really do without something like that, because it goes way beyond what you can do in the app. In some directions, there's some things you can do in the app that aren't in this yet, but like doing solar observing and stuff like that. But for night sky stuff, this gives you a lot more control and functionality that you can't uh, do in the app. But the problem was it was very, like I say, it was the API, and that was like to a certain extent part of some of the hardest part was kind of getting that part working, and that was almost all Kai, I think, who started this project. And the web interface was really about kind of making it more straightforward for everybody. I mean, I use this web interface all the time just because it's more. I mean, like I say, just kind of fiddling around in Bruno, and like it's very error prone. Whereas if you have a web interface where it's like you can't, it really kind of helps make sure that what you're sending to the API is like there's some level of validation. Plus, there's been some documentation that I think Joe V did a lot of this, where on these settings, like the settings are there in the API, but it's not necessarily obvious what those settings are doing, and so whoever did this, maybe it's Joe V. It's been a blur. I think it's Joe V. This really kind of makes it more straightforward. So yeah, it's just a single executable. It's on a Google Drive. We need to get it in a better location, or at least have it in the on the README, in the README. But it's definitely. I've helped several people, and I've seen quite a few people start using it recently, and it's definitely, it's been getting easier and easier as we've kind of refined things. But I think the way it stands now, it's not that, it's very approachable. You just download the executable and run it, and out of the box, if you just have a single Seestar, like you don't have to edit the configuration file or anything. Like it comes with a default configuration file that works, I think, for most people. So yeah, I definitely recommend it. It's especially if you're doing stuff like mosaics, or you just want to schedule a bunch of stuff. I mean, like I scheduled these things, and I'm I keep it going during the whole live stream, but I know plenty of people, they'll build these. I don't have it handy, but Wiley site, he'll run like 10 things that'll go all night long. And one of the I've mostly been focusing on image and mosaic, but you can specify time. So if you know something doesn't rise until 3 in the morning, you can say wait until 3 a.m. And there's also an option to schedule a shutdown. So Wiley's site will run through 10 different objects until like 4 or 5 in the morning, and then he'll run a shutdown at the very end. So when he wakes up in the morning, telescope's shut down, parked, and he's got a lot of data to process. So it's perfect for that kind of stuff. So you can really kind of maximize your observing in ways that you can't do with the app. So yeah, I definitely recommend it. But yeah, so, and if you end up with multiple Seestars, it also kind of, it's really hard to manage more than one Seestar with the app. I found it really kind of a pain where if I have both of the Seestars on the same network, like in station mode, the app would kind of attach to one, but then I had a hard time getting it to connect to the other one. So what I would end up doing is I'd have one in station mode connected to my home Wi-Fi, and the other was just kind of hosting its own Wi-Fi. And then in the app, I would basically kind of switch the Wi-Fi on my phone and then run the app and then connect to the one I was trying to connect to. And that was just kind of a hassle. So it's nice that like right out of the box, you can have, I don't want to say an arbitrary number of Seestars, but you can have, I mean, there's more than one person that has three, that have three Seestars. I have two, and it's good. It's great because otherwise it would be really difficult to manage all this. And the fact really I could just kind of kick this off and I could go to bed and just let it run all night. But then I couldn't have a live stream. Well, I guess I could have a live stream, but it wouldn't be very interesting. But yeah. Yeah, so I think this one might be getting, how much data does this have? It's up to 22 minutes of data. It was supposed to run for half an hour. So that's actually a pretty good rejection rate. I mean, a lot of times my rejection rate will be like a third or more. Whereas this has gotten 22 minutes on over 22 minutes on a 30-minute schedule. So that's good. It's always encouraging when it works. Is it still capturing data though? Yeah, still capturing. Cool. Probably any minute now it'll end up going to the next one, which is the Pac-Man Nebula. So, and then by the time that's done, the Andromeda Galaxy should be visible, hopefully. And then I don't know yet if I'll end up scheduling it. I might end up doing a mosaic on both Seestars. Which actually reminds me, I should use that planning tool to figure out how big to make the mosaic. But I'm going to wait until it goes to the next target, which surely it's got to be soon. It's up to 23 minutes of, or almost 24 minutes. Oh, that's awesome. Five or six Seestars. See, you could really yeah, with software like this, and because the configuration file, like if you have them all on the same network, oh, see, like it just finished and it updated the screen. Very satisfying. Um, but yeah, because the configuration file, um, uh, so so in my case, I have it running on my Wi-Fi network, and I have static IPs or reserved IPs allocated for each one. So they're always at the same IP. And then in the configuration file, I just specify, let me pull that up. Uh, device config. Let's see, this I might not be able to increase the font size on this, but oh, this is fine. So here's the configuration file I have for mine, and so you can see I have Seestar A and Seestar B, and they have fixed IP addresses. And so really you can have as many as you want in here. And like I say, I would recommend having reserved IPs in the Wi-Fi router. But once you do that, um, you can have a bunch of them. And before it didn't work well if all of them weren't running, but now you can have some of them running and some of them off, and it'll just say that they're offline, the ones that are off. Um, so that's yeah. So yeah, and if you, I mean, so you could have more than one controller running. So you have 6 telescopes. You don't have to have all 6 running in one controller. You could have 3 on one, 3 on another. Now the problem is the scheduler doesn't run. Each telescope has its own scheduler, so you can't just say, I want to do a mosaic of the North American Nebula that's 5 by 5, and I want to divide, have 5 frames running on 5 different computers. It doesn't support that. We've talked about it, but if you end up having all those telescopes controlled by one controller, and you have any suggestions for workflow enhancements, please let us know, or create an issue or something. Which I'm going to drop it in the chat. But basically, if you create an issue on that, like I say, because I don't know if anybody else has that many Seestars being controlled by this. I mean, it'll work, but you might start running into, you might want to make some, if you have suggestions for workflow improvements, feel free to make them, because definitely I could see it. I mean, the web interface is still good, but it could end up being awkward if you're like switching between 6 different telescopes and trying to keep track of everything. But maybe not, depending on what you're using them for. Like if you have one doing a certain kind of thing for outreach, and then another for, or 2 or 3 doing like one project or a series of images. I mean, the good thing is now with import export, you could come up with one schedule and then pretty quickly load it into multiple telescopes. So then you're accumulating data 5 or 6 times as fast, which could be pretty cool. And especially if you pair it with a script to automatically pull the files off and then process them, that could really be neat. It could really produce some interesting results. Yeah. Yeah, that would be interesting. So let me go look at the other one. Oh, did it finish? Oh, I wonder if that last one failed. I bet that last one failed, because I don't think it should have finished by now. I have a feeling this last one failed. And that's fine. That was possibly going to be a a problem. I mean, that was a possibility anyway. So this, wait, did I restart that? I didn't mean to restart it. Maybe I did accidentally restart it. Let me go look at this one. Okay, this one's running. I don't think I meant to. I'm going to stop this. It's very strange. Stopping. Okay, stopped. So would it be possible to run multiple Seestars out of multiple locations networks? I mean, in what sense? Like, do you want to control them remotely from one controller, or what do you mean about having multiple? Like what do you want to accomplish, or like by having them in different locations? Do you want them all controlled from one place, or yeah. Okay, so this is done. I'm going to clear this schedule. Meanwhile, the other one is continuing to run, and it will probably run for another 20 minutes or so. Let me look. Yeah, maybe 20 minutes. So I need to figure out what I can image in the meantime on the other one. So let me go back to Stellarium. I'm going to turn off this view because that can just slow things down for me. Oh, see, it's time is behind. Okay. So let us look at what we could possibly image at this point. Wizard Nebula. What does that look like? Oh, that one. Do I want to do the Wizard Nebula? Part of me doesn't want to because I want something a little bit bigger of a target. All the bubbles. Okay. Yeah, I've actually thought about something like that because I've thought about putting one of my Seestars at a different location with darker skies, but being able to get to it remotely. Because it's using TCP/IP and because of the way you hard code the IP address, you could, I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be super straightforward, but you could potentially have some kind of either like port forwarding on the remote network or using some kind of VPN. Like it would be at the network level. Like it would be mostly network level, but you could potentially have it where, like, if you had some remote network, basically the controller would be able to connect to the remote telescope. It wouldn't necessarily be super straightforward, but it would be doable. It's potentially doable. Just not necessarily super straightforward. Carolyn's Rose cluster. That sounds interesting. Is that an open cluster? Let me see. What does that look like? Yeah, that could be interesting. That looks like a fairly decent cluster. 77 89. What is this one? 1590. Oh, that's Pac-Man. I already did that one. Let's see, what else? It's just these darn obstructions are so frustrating. Like the Bortle 9 is, I manage that, but the obstructions are just, they're just a hassle. Part of me wants to see if I can do this baby nebula again, but maybe I'll do the heart again, 1805, just so I can get more data on that. Image, I see 1805. Yep. I'm gonna just look that up. I'm just gonna do it 20 minutes just to try to get, and then it'll probably finish around the time the other one finishes. And maybe I end up pointing both of them at Andromeda. But I do need to, that's weird. Did I not click start? No, I didn't click start. Okay. So one thing I need to do is look at this Mosaic software and figure out how many panels I want to do for Orion. I keep saying Orion, the Andromeda galaxy. Yeah, I need to do that. Kind of an important thing. And so M31 and not Telescope Live, but Seestar. And if I do 50% overlap, I wonder, what does 3x3 look like? 3x3, I almost feel like I need to do more than 3x3. Four by four. I mean, I feel like I could even go bigger than that. 5x5. That seems kind of overkill, and that would take forever. I mean, I think I might just start with 3x3, and maybe I'll do like an hour and a half. I mean, at the very least, I should be getting a lot more of M31. I mean, I won't be getting the very outer areas, but I'll get the bulk of it. So M31. Let's look at this. So I'll do a 3x3. And if I look at Stellarium and I go, it is currently obstructed, but then maybe 20 minutes, maybe in 20 minutes it'll be unobstructed. It won't rotate massively. It'll be rotating somewhat, but not the worst. So maybe if I do 2 hours, I'm not going to keep the stream going for the full 2 hours. I don't think I will. But if I do 2 hours on 2 telescopes, forget the 2 telescopes. If I do 2 hours and I do 120 minutes, so it's 120 minutes, and I do 9 panels, it's only going to be about just over 12 minutes per panel. But if I do 2 telescopes for 2 hours, it's 20 minutes, a bit over 20 minutes a panel, not quite half an hour a panel. Maybe that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's over 20 minutes per panel. So, oops, sorry. I'll start with that. I'll do 2 hours tonight on 2 different scopes. Yeah, because I think if I do that, it'll be a good start. Yeah. And actually, the way the field's rotating, and it'll be interesting to see what coverage is like. Because the orientation is, yeah. Wait, am I even looking at? I'm not even using the right field of view. I was like, I can't get that much of Orion. That's, yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, so, well, that kind of is annoying. That means all of my framing was messed up. I should have probably used mosaics for more of the stuff, which makes sense. I was like, well, I can't get the whole Heart Nebula in one frame. Anyway, I wasn't thinking clearly, but that's okay. But yeah, so M31 3x3 mosaic is a good start. And I'll kick that off once these others are done, and I will do the same mosaic in both. So I will do the mosaic in one, export it, and then import it into the other. And then I'll just do that both, the same schedule on both telescopes tonight, and then other nights I'll do the same schedule again. I'm just looking at the data from the Pac-Man Nebula. It's not quite there, but this is actually good. So I made a mistake. I had the framing wrong for some of those nebulas I did, but that's okay. When next time it's clear, I'll do mosaics on some of those, like the Heart Nebula. Let me try that. Which one was that? That was, let me look at my notes here. It was, the Heart was IC 1805. IC 1805. Did I? Oops. Refresh. Sometimes it's a little slow loading it. Let's check this. IC 1805. Okay. And I'll change to Seestar. And yeah, see, I really need to do a mosaic of the Heart Nebula. And see, with a 3x3, I can do a lot of it. Not all of it, but I can do more of it with a 3x3. But that's okay. I have some central bits of the Heart Nebula, so the heart of the Heart Nebula. So that's okay. Something to revisit. Wait, did that fail? Did it fail? I feel like it failed. I mean, it's okay if it failed, because what I can do is start working on the M31 schedule. So I'm going to do a mosaic M31. Look it up. And I'm going to do 3x3 and 50% overlap and a total time of 7,200 seconds. Yeah, it would be 800. Is that right? 800 seconds for each. So 800 times 2, 1,600 seconds times each. So not quite half an hour. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. Because I'm thinking times 2. And that assumes that I don't have like a reject problem, a lot of rejection. So not going to do light pollution filter, so 2 hours. And I am going to export this. And then I can go, I can import it. Oh, I'm not going to import it yet because the other one's still running. But I can import it when I'm ready. And I'll start this when I'm more certain that it's going to be ready. So if I check this, check the, okay, it's 17 minutes in on the last panel of the last, not the last panel, the last image of that particular. Yeah, I've seen some other people who've done Andromeda mosaics, but I haven't had a chance. Mostly, I could have if I would have stayed up later, but now that it's kind of a little bit more like I can actually, it's in a place where I can start imaging it just after midnight, whereas before it was like 3 in the morning. I should be able to start accumulating data on it. So this is just going to be like the first night. So I'm looking forward to seeing what I get on subsequent nights, because ideally I want to get like, I'm going to have almost half an hour per panel. Ideally, I'd like to have maybe an hour per panel. So, and we'll see if 3x3 is big enough. But yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to it too. Very much so. Because one of the first targets, I got my Seestar, the first one back in November, early November, I think, and or late October. It was after the partial / annular solar eclipse, because I wasn't able to use the telescope for that. I kind of had hoped it would show up before then. It was fine. I have plenty of other solar filters, but the one of the first things I imaged was actually M31, and that's when I rapidly realized that I could only image the core of the Andromeda galaxy, and so I was kind of bummed that I couldn't. I mean, you can see you can only get like the center of it, and so that was kind of disappointing. But I kind of made up for it when I first, one of the second things one of the subsequent things I imaged was actually the Triangulum galaxy, which does tend to fit in the frame, especially depending on field rotation. It potentially could completely fit in the frame, and so that one I was happy with that. But with mosaics, I definitely want to. I'm looking forward to being able to image Andromeda more fully, more properly. So yeah, because otherwise you can't really. Yeah, so over 2 hours, it's going to rotate that much. But like over, yeah, it completely flips if I go all the way till sunrise. Because it crosses the meridian. That's why. I mean yeah. Um. So yeah, it should be. I mean, it's probably not quite visible now because this boundary isn't necessarily this outline of the houses isn't 100% accurate. It's fairly accurate, but not quite 100%. But yeah, I'm hopefully soon. Unfortunately, I don't have a good way of testing it. I guess I could do a non-mosaic of M31. You know what? I might do that. Since I have the mosaic saved as a CSV, I might go ahead with this one and just do a short exposure, the one that doesn't have anything running right now. So I'm going to go ahead and clear this out, and I'm going to do M31. And actually, the nice thing is, if it fails, it will, that's interesting. If it fails, it will, hold on a second. I want to do something real quick here. I almost pushed the wrong button. I almost ended the stream accidentally. Okay. Anyway, that was weird. Basically, I kind of I end up recording the stream. I record the stream locally, and it was showing an error that it was having a hard time recording it. I think the SSD isn't full, but who knows? Anyway, so as I was saying, the nice thing is, so I'm going to go ahead and create a little item, create a short item, a short image of Andromeda, the Andromeda Galaxy. Just going to do 4 minutes. And the good thing is, so once I'm in a few minutes, I'll go ahead and start this. And if it succeeds, I know I'll probably be able to start the mosaic. But if it fails, I'll know it's still obstructed. And once the schedule ends, it still stays there. I mean, it still exists. It still exists in the API. So I could just restart the scheduler and then kick it off again. And then once it finally succeeds, then I'll know it's not obstructed, and I can clear this out, load in the mosaic schedule, and kick that off. And the only reason I'm doing it is because I want to kick this off as soon as possible. And I don't know when I can, because this isn't necessarily accurate. So let me go see where the other one is at. I think I'm going to wait until this schedule ends before I test the kind of the initial image of the Andromeda Galaxy. Because I want to start both of the telescopes around the same time on the mosaic, so there's no point in doing the test shot before the other one is freed up, which should be soon, because it's gotten 24 minutes of data. I mean, it's not having a very high reject rate. I'm really kind of surprised. I'm very surprised. I mean, that was another reason I was going to stay up late tonight because supposedly the conditions were good, um, as far as seeing. So maybe that's what I'm seeing. Um, yeah, it definitely starts having issues. I mean, the Seestar in general at above 70 degrees, it won't do anything above 85 degrees, I think. I mean, it doesn't do a meridian flip per se, but I have run into issues where it's going through so much rotation, where an object might be going through a lot of rotation as it's going past the meridian. Uh, I start running into, oh, it just finished. Okay. Yeah. So I've had issues where I mean, this software doesn't do anything. It's basically just sending. It's not doing anything different uh, as far as the exposures go. It's still telling the Seestar to take the photo, and the Seestar is the one that is trying to that figures it out. There's no extra logic. Um, so now that said, if you turn on the feature where it will save the failed frames, uh, like I have it here, where in the app you can turn on save uh, the subframes. That's not what it's called in the app, but you can turn that on. But you can also save through this the failed subframes, and potentially, I guess, with that you could, if you process it, um, like with Cyril or something, you might be able to get better results um, than using the Seestar stacking. So let me go look. Let me look at Stellarium to see, because that's still kind of low. It's a little iffy, but since both schedules, since both telescopes are freed up, let me just go ahead and try. I won't know until I try. So I go back to the schedule. I'm going to clear out this one just so I don't accidentally. Actually, I'm going to export it. This was Seestar B 2024 0802.csv. I don't know, just to save it in case I want to run a similar schedule. Okay. And then now I'm going to clear it. And I'm going to go to the other one where I had the mosaic defined. And I was just checking something. It's not a mosaic. It's a single image, 1x1, just 240 seconds, 4 minutes, no light pollution filter, and we'll see if it can image M31. So I'm gonna go to this screen, and then I'm gonna switch back to the logs, so I can kind of watch what it's doing. Since, like I was saying, it doesn't surface some of these messages. Okay, that's very encouraging. It says plate solve succeeded. That is very encouraging. And actually, this is the telescope that I can get to the network drive for. So I should be able to go look at the network drive and look at the stacked image when it's done. I mean, it's only going to be a few minute photo. Plate solve succeeded. That is very encouraging. Let me go to this M31. See, here's the subframes. Oh yeah, see, look here, it's already capturing subframes. Is that tonight? Yep. So here it is. It's going. It should. It's got 2 files. It's gonna end up taking a few. Let me go look at the logs. Plate solve succeeded. Oh yeah, so it's loaded another one. Let me look at just one of them. See what we got here. Again, fix my network. I need to fix my network because it's takes a while. Hello, Kelsey, 59. um, so it's so this is good. It is making progress, and although it's frustrating that it takes so long to load, but those are the breaks. Um, okay. So, meanwhile, it had these cached. Oh, I don't want to rename that file. Um, Meanwhile, it's more files have showed up here. Oh, got your Seestar 2 weeks ago and have done some basic stuff, learning a lot from stream. Glad to have you here. Yeah, I mean it's yeah, there's a lot you can do with the Seestar. I mean, I've been enjoying just trying to see how far I can push it, you know? And plus I feel like if I can do it where I am, anybody can get reasonable results from the Seestar because like I live in an area with just horrible light pollution. Like I'm in central Houston, Texas, and it's about as bad as a light pollution as you can get. And plus we have like problems with humidity and pollution and just other problems. And on top of that, I have just this really bad kind of obstructed backyard. So sometimes I can only image a given thing for like an hour or two. And so I end up having to do it over multiple nights or whatever. And um, so this is an individual subframe. So I, the main thing I was trying to get from this is first off, can I image the Andromeda core? And the answer is yes. The other thing is I don't see any artifacts like from the roof. So it's it's a good solid it's definitely it looks like it might I see some updating in the background. So I bet it's done. I wouldn't be surprised. There should be an M31 directory showing up here soon. Uh yeah. Yeah, I mean it yeah, let me go ahead and kick off the mosaic. Um, but yeah, this is looking good for this. Um, Let me see. Okay. Um, Sorry, I'm it's late and I'm losing my train of thought. Okay, so I'm gonna clear this and I'm going to because I have so much junk in my downloads directory. I'm doing this off camera, as it were. I can't even find the. Oh, and what did I call it? I called it. It was called Andromeda. Andromeda data. Is that right? Import. Yeah. And um, it's thinking. Why is it doing this? Okay. That was really weird. My browser was like spinning for a moment. Andromeda data, open, import. Okay. So, so I've got on Seestar B, I have a mosaic 3x3, 2 hours. No light pollution filter. And on the other one, I have 3x3, 2 hours, no light pollution. So I'm going to go ahead and start that. And then I'm going to go to the other one and start that. And then I'm going to go to this screen and I'm going to go bring up this. And so we can, hopefully it should start showing like plate solving. Yeah. So no, it happens. I was behind on the chat earlier. So yeah, as far as rejection rate, in, I mean, that can be sometimes it just happens. A lot of times what I do, if it does the horizontal calibration, that helps. Like you don't necessarily have to balance it super accurately, or you have to roughly level it. But then if it does the horizontal calibration, it should be able to correct for things. But a lot of it, some of it just comes down to the tripod. Like if you're using the stock tripod, okay, plate solving succeeded on A and B. Great. So that means, I mean, that was the other concern, is that it would, something would be obstructed, but it seems to be progressing. So one thing about what the setup I have, I'm not using the default tripod on either one of them. Oh, crud. Look at this. There's some clouds coming in. Hopefully it won't. I mean, they look kind of wispy, so hopefully it won't be too bad, but we'll see. But basically I have some, I don't use the stock tripod. This one is kind of beefier than the other one, but although I have less problems with this one, but that seemed to help, I think. And I know there was someone else who's sometimes on the stream, and he replaced his tripod with a more solid one. And I believe he saw better results after that. That said, sometimes it's unclear why it's rejecting. I mean, for me personally, I think sometimes it's the seeing, like the skies are just not great, like turbulence in the sky. That's sometimes it. Other times, I don't know. It's, I mean, I guess it depends on like how high are you seeing it? I mean, I'll see a third of the frames are rejected. Now, one thing, if you're using this controller software, you can turn on saving failed subframes. So then if it turns out they're not failing for technical reasons, or like obvious technical reasons, like it's slipping or something, and there's all the stars are trailed or something, if so long as it's not something like that, you might be able to use those frames in serial and process it with the rest of the successful frames. And then another thing I kind of messed around with was the dither interval, where it doesn't dither as frequently, which it doesn't help your rejection rate, I don't think, but it's spending less time dithering, so it can help. But I guess how bad is it? Like, I mean, I've heard, I've run into cases where it was, where the failure rate was high. And then some of it's situational. Like I find if there's a lot of field rotation, or the object's very high in the sky, or if I've been doing the exposure for too long, well, I don't want to say too long, but like, and that might be related to field rotation. I feel like sometimes once I get past an hour, I start having problems where it seems like the rejection rate goes through the roof. Um, but I guess it just depends. And then like some of that you can mitigate if you run it in equatorial mode. Like theoretically, some of it isn't as much of a problem, but then like it just it's hit or miss sometimes. I mean, I've seen some people who have a lot of people have really good results with equatorial mode, but sometimes it can be a bit for some people. Sometimes it seems like it's a little finicky. Um, uh, so let me see what this is doing. Okay. The good thing is it's still the plate solving was succeeding, but let me see. This is frustrating. These high clouds. I wonder if this is going to be the rest of the night. See, sometimes astroperic doesn't talk about it, but it does say seeing is above average, transparency is below average, which I can believe it. Maybe that's why I was getting low rejection rate, because the seeing is good for me. But that's kind of frustrating, these clouds. But sometimes these come through and they'll blow through after a while, and then it'll be okay. But we'll see. We shall see. Wow, an hour and a half and you only got 100 frames. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah, it could be clouds. It could be clouds. Um, yeah. Which I mean, that's part of the reason why I have the all sky camera, so I can kind of uh, monitor things while I'm running it, or look at it after the fact. Um, and sometimes I'll get kind of weird results if it's these kind of clouds, or slightly thicker, but ones you can kind of still see through, where um yeah, where actually I'll have the opposite problem, where I think it should have rejected the frame, but it accepts it, and so it ends up producing some like really washed out results. Um, but that's kind of, yeah, that's a high failure rate. But I generally don't let things. I It's been very rare that I've let it go for more than an hour, because I feel like, I mean, if it's so long as it's succeeding, but I'll have times where it just seems to start falling apart, where even sometimes after half an hour, it just seems like it just can't progress. And so I'll watch it, and if it seems like it's not making any progress, I'll stop it. And sometimes I'll go move to another target. Sometimes I'll just restart a new session on the same target, and it'll be fine. And so I'm not sure what that's all about. Um, no, I didn't want to go to this. I wanted to do my live view. Man, that's a lot of, I mean, they're thin clouds because I can see the stars through them. But yeah, stacking failure. I wonder why. Maybe it's these clouds. Yeah. But you can really, I mean, because you can see the stars. You can still see stars. But um, that is annoying. Now I have had these kind of situations, and sometimes I think it's like, yeah, it doesn't have enough stars and it's discarded. Um, I feel like sometimes it's because I'm not that far from the coast. Sometimes I feel like it's a marine layer. Yeah, here you see a mosaic where this was the original, this was the non-mosaic directory, And here's the first panel of Mosaic directory. I wonder if it'll, but yeah, it's, yeah, I don't know if it's a marine layer we have here or something where I call it a marine layer, but maybe because it's our proximity to the coast, we'll have these clouds come through, and sometimes they'll blow through, and then yeah, I say marine layer, and I think the reason I say it is it seems like it's coming out of the southeast, which is towards the Gulf of Mexico. Okay, so let me go see. Look at all the failed frames. There's a lot of failed frames. Fail, fail, fail. Wow. Man, that sucks. I hope this blows through. I was so excited to be able to do the Andromeda galaxy, and now I'm getting a lot of clouds. It looks like it's getting thicker, unfortunately. Yeah, if this keeps going, I'm gonna have to call it a night, I think. It wasn't supposed to do that. Oh, so that's another thing. Are you Oh, so as far as the exposures, I think hold on a second. I need to drink some water. So I think some people run into, I guess it depends. It depends on how much I think let me back up. I saw a chart where somebody had figured out where it was, when and where it was okay to do 20 and 30-second exposures. And a lot of it depended on where in the sky you were imaging. And I believe it ultimately comes down to field rotation. So if you're looking at a target where, when I'm looking at something in Stellarium and it's like this, for example, where say in an hour, like look at how much, like even in the span of a few minutes, you can see that it's rotating. That would probably not be an ideal time to use 30-second exposures. But if you're imaging a target where it's kind of, let me see if I can figure out an example. I think if I, let's see. It basically, there are places where, what would be a good example? Oh, here's the Pleiades. Let's see. So if I go back, yeah, see, these are rotating a fair amount. But basically, if it's kind of just coming straight up, like if there's not much field rotation, like I was looking at something to the west, and it was a galaxy cluster, and it seemed to be kind of going just straight down. It was at a point kind of east to west, north to south towards the west, that there wasn't much field rotation. And I think in those cases, it's safe to go to higher exposure lengths. Now the people, if you do equatorial mode, then like you can go that you can do non-standard exposures in the app, or in this, not in the app, but in the Seestar ALP software. You can go into settings here, and it lets you can set up different numbers here. Like some people have been doing 60-second exposures, 70-second exposures. Theoretically, you can have even longer than that, but it starts causing, there's something inside the Seestar that starts, like there's noise or something. But there's some people who are doing 60-second exposures, but they're using equatorial mode, so they don't have the field rotation problem. What was it? Where was it? Seestar field rotation exposure length. Hey there. It's early for you, right? Where was it? I saw somebody had done a chart. Oh, 9:40 a.m. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Yeah, I'll have to dig it up because I remember seeing it once and I've wanted to look at it again. But basically, there's certain parts of the sky, certain directions, certain altitudes above the horizon where an object is experiencing less field rotation, and then it's fine if you go to 20 or 30-second exposures. But and of course, like with equatorial mode, it doesn't matter. You can go beyond 30 seconds if you use the software, the Seestar ALP software. But yeah, unfortunately, yeah. So personally, I only do 10-second exposures, and I do recall somebody, like, depending on how much light pollution you have, that also could be a factor. Like they were running into more artifacts with longer exposures. I think they were having more noise issues with longer exposures, with severe light pollution. Yeah, no problem. Like I said, I need to find that chart because I remember running across it at some point where somebody did the calculation based on the sensor size and field rotation, exposure length, and kind of had a rough idea of where it was kind of okay. But yeah, let's see. How are we doing on our mosaic? Actually, we're failing. We're failing because clouds. It is not thinning out. Like you missed it. I had just started a 9-panel mosaic of the Andromeda Galaxy, and then clouds started rolling in after it had started the first panel, and it didn't get very far. And it's not supposed to be even cloudy. It's like, according to Astrospheric, it's supposed to be clear, but not here. It's not clear here. So I'm gonna wait a little bit longer and hope that it clears. But if not, I'm gonna pull the plug on this and call it a night, which is super frustrating. I mean, I've been waiting a few months to start imaging Andromeda Galaxy. I mean, I could have stayed up later, but it's now at a point where it's just a little bit after midnight. So, but oh well. Nah, you didn't bring me bad luck. It's just, no, this is what I deal with here. I mean, I'm, yeah, in Houston, near the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm like keeping it going because I'm hoping it'll clear up. But yeah, the cloud layer is looking. It hasn't. It's not as thick as it could be. Like these are the kind of ones that you can kind of see the moon through sometimes when the moon's up. But it's and I had something like this not that long ago where, like a week ago, I think, where I kind of just kept it running, and then after about 20 minutes it was completely clear again. And we had a bunch of clouds earlier today, and it was like really cloudy, and I didn't think I would be able to do anything tonight. And then it cleared up at like around 5 p.m. It was completely clear. But Astrophysics said it was only going to be like 10% cloudy, but it was like 100% cloudy. So I don't know. I don't know if it's just where we're located near the Gulf of Mexico or something. I mean, the other problem I ran into is like with the eclipse, um, a lot of the weather forecasting isn't it isn't aimed at how cloudy it is. It's more focused on, is it going to rain? Because most people probably don't care if, like, they don't necessarily have a they don't necessarily see it as a big deal, a big difference between it being no clouds and some clouds, like partly cloudy. Whereas it makes a huge difference when you're trying to look at stuff, do observing. So yeah, this is, but so you can really see how badly light polluted my area is. Like those clouds are very well lit up. I know this is like a 5 second exposure, but still, it's pretty lit up. Now the other thing is this thermal view. Like when the clouds are thicker, they they won't be quite this blue. So maybe there's hope yet. um, that's typical. This is why I've been wanting to for a while go camping, like uh, out in the desert, West Texas. Uh, Not that it doesn't get cloudy out there, but you're probably more likely to have, but not so much clouds. And plus not to mention the it's like Bortle 1 or 2 out there, so that would be that's the real motivation of why I want to go out there. Now this is starting to look a little thinner, at least this patch of clouds right here. Um, but yeah, just typical. Just typical. Yeah, what was it? It was so bad here, um, with the clouds. I was joking about I should get into radio astronomy because radio telescopes can go through clouds. Oh, that's a bummer. And see, this is also the reason why I haven't necessarily run some of these schedules. Even though I've had the ability to run these schedules all night, I typically don't, because it often happens where we'll have these fairly seemingly light clouds will come in and it'll start raining overnight. There'll be like some light rain, and so yeah, that's also part of the reason why I don't want to leave the telescopes outside unsupervised, because it'll be clear. I'll go to bed, I'll get up in the morning, and everything's wet. Like the streets wet, like it rained just before sunrise or something. And it's the weirdest thing. But I mean, again, I think it's because we're like right next to the Gulf of Mexico. Oh, you're in Monterey. I did not realize that. But now that I see your handle ending in MX, it makes sense. Um, yeah. Bortle 6 isn't bad. That's cool. That's cool. What kind of seeing do you have out in the desert in Monterey? I don't think I've ever been to Monterey. I misspelled that. Oh, that's cool. It's completely flat here. It's nice that you got mountains. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've been I've been No, I've only been to like I haven't been to Monterey. I've been to Matamoros. I've been I've actually been like I've been to where was it? I've been to Mazatlan and I've been to Juarez, but that looks neat. But yeah, I bet the seeing's probably pretty good in the desert. Because I mean, it's just based on this area. I know, like over here, yeah, and like Big Bend has some of the best. Like it is super dark out there. Um, Light pollution. Where is it? Oh, Lajitas. Is it still set for Big Ben? Yeah, I guess it remembered that I last looked at Big Ben. Is that right? Yeah, but yeah, like Big Ben, it I it's one of the few places I've seen where like artificial brightness is zero. Like there's no lights like anywhere near there. I mean, they didn't. I remember a time when there wasn't even cell service out here. It was the craziest thing. Like from any uh, cell phone company, there was no reception out there. I ended up I ended up renting a satellite phone. It's a long story, but um, and this was like in the 2000s. You know, it wasn't like this was decades ago. Um, oh, nice. Portal 3, hour and a half. That is nice. Yeah, for me, I have to. I mean, 2 3 hours or more to get to a Portal 4. No, I can get to a Portal 4. I mean, if there's this one forested area in East Texas that I think is like Portal 3, but it's kind of it's kind of remote. I don't think on paper it's that far from me, but it's kind of hard to get there. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm in this huge white blob, and as you can see, there's not a whole lot of dark around here. Like this is the area that I think is about the best. That's kind of near me. Oh, it's actually supposedly Portal 2, but it's like in the middle of like this, like it's literally in the middle of a big forest. And the last time I remember going there, it was, I mean, different forests are different, but this is like a forest with a lot of insects and not, I mean, like a lot of mosquitoes and stuff. Like it's not great. I mean, at least not biting flies, but it's not a, you know, it's not necessarily. I've been in forests that were more pleasant than that. Let's put it that way. I used to live near a forest, but not like that one. But supposedly that's Portal 2. Yeah, but that's about it. Like otherwise, there isn't a whole lot. You get some. Yeah, it's Portal 3 supposedly, but there's like no roads down here. Like this is like farmland, so you have to. I don't even know how you even get to some of these areas because it's like little county gravel roads and private property, so it's not like you can really find a place to just set up stuff unless you know somebody that owns land out there. Yeah, Baltimore and Washington, between Baltimore and Washington. Yeah, yeah, probably pretty like 8 or 9, I'm sure. Because I mean, come on up here. We're almost there. Okay. Oh yeah. No, see, like it's all. If you're between Baltimore and Washington, like if you're in this, oh, that's 7 supposedly. That's not too bad. I mean, I guess it depends on where you are, but some of it could be as low as, and then some of it's like 8 9. Yeah, but like it's some of this corridor here on I-95. I guess it depends on how far you are from the freeway and kind of how far you're off I-95. Um, that's cool. Yeah, see, unfortunately, Houston's like completely flat. So the light dome for Houston goes quite a distance because there was this dark side I would go to that's 80 miles to the west of Houston. Um, yeah, and you could see Houston's light dome like 30 years ago. You could see it, and Houston's grown a lot since then. So, um, like the effect. I mean, you could see the Milky Way there, but you could definitely see the light dome to the west. I mean, to the east from there, because it was west of Houston. Looking to the east, you'd see. It was crazy. It was like, because I remember seeing it. I'm like, "What's that?" And they're like, "That's Houston." I'm like, "Are you serious?" Like, it's like it lights up the whole lower atmosphere. Um, yeah. Anyway, let me see. Let's see what our. Oh, look. I see. Oh, no. I thought I had it. I thought there was a moment. Let me see what the it looks like it's going to subsequent. Yeah, this is just going to fail all around because it was failing so much. It like just failed. Oh yeah, no. And so now it's like yeah, yeah, because it tried to move on to another panel and then that failed. So it went from 1-1 to 1-2, and then it tried to go. Did it try to go to 1-3? Anyway, I tried to go to another panel, and then that failed. And then it tried to go to another panel, and that failed. So yeah, we're just failing all over, left and right. Oh well. Let me see if it's because at one point, yeah, light pollution. I mean, especially like in the Northeast. I mean, well, it's a problem around here. Uh, our area is called the what was it? The Texas Triangle. So you can see like here's Houston, here's Dallas Fort Worth, here's San Antonio and Austin, and you can just see like there's interstates here, and so like the whole area. Uh, I mean, there's some darker areas, uh, like three or four, um, but really to get to the areas where it's not just a little pocket, but a lot more contiguous dark skies, you have to get past San Antonio. You can see out here it starts getting really dark. Um, but um, yeah, but yeah, like all of the Northeast is yeah, like from DC all the way up to New York is just a lot of light pollution. Um, yeah, it is interesting because I went up to Maine for the solar eclipse, and it was interesting because it's pretty the skies are pretty dark up there. Um, yeah, it's like Bortle 1 and 2 up here in Maine, in this part of Maine, but like further south and like Bangor and Portland and stuff, it's more light pollution. But yeah, like the whole Northeast, just this like the Northeast corridor area, just so much light pollution. Sometimes I dismiss the message and then I didn't see it dismiss, and so I click it again and then it brings it back. And I'm like, oops. Um, so let me see if it's going to be better. Uh, if there's hope for future nights. Oh, I brought it up in the wrong browser. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So Yeah, supposedly it's supposed to be clear here, but not so much. And this is why I wanted to do it tonight, not tomorrow night or Saturday night, because it didn't look like it would be very promising Saturday night. Now, Monday could be okay. So, if this doesn't, and actually it looks like Tuesday, Wednesday might be good. So, yeah, if this doesn't pan out, at least, unless something changes, maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, one of those days I'll be able to do this. Because that always, like, I either have clouds or I have the moon, and it's like I can't have, yeah, I can't just have clear no moon. I mean, it was clear no moon right now, but or the moon was like basically almost a new moon. But when does the moon when does the moon rise? When's the full moon? But yeah, maybe what is that? Anyway, hopefully next week. Before hopefully it'll be Monday before the moon starts interfering with things. Although Andromeda is after midnight, so it still won't be a problem, even if it ends up being like Tuesday or Wednesday. Um, so yeah, it's just burning through panels, just completely failing. Let me look at the drive to see if it actually managed to save anything. Nope. Like basically it started failing on the first panel. It got a few frames, but then it's just been constant failure. Constant failure. Did it actually manage to stack anything on the first panel? Did it? Anyway. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, give up. Yeah. Well, no, but I mean that's the thing with like the with the Seestar. I mean, with like a light pollution filter and patience, like I mean, I've been able to capture some pretty faint things and gotten some good detail from nebula. It just takes longer. Um, and you say move to solar or planetary. To be honest, that was actually part of the reason why I started. I mean, part of it was driven by the eclipse, but and and I had gotten some gear for that. And the Seestar does a good job, but I have like a what do you call it, a hydrogen alpha telescope, and so that is kind of it is nice. And I actually had thought about doing I mean, if it's not that late, so I might actually be able to get up at a sensible hour tomorrow. And if it's clear tomorrow, I was actually debating doing a live stream during the day with the solar telescope, with my H alpha telescope, but we'll see. But um, uh, but yeah, that is definitely one of the nice things is I with solar I don't have to worry about light pollution at all. Not a problem. Um, uh, Brother moved to San Antonio, being below. He would complain about it being below 50 degrees. Oh right, yeah, yeah, because like in Texas, it doesn't. It's yeah, not rarely below freezing. Like even on the coldest days. But yeah, you make a good point about. Uh, I mean, the light pollution's an annoyance. Honestly, my biggest annoyance isn't. I mean, the light pollution is unfortunate, but really for me, my biggest hassle is just the terrible obstructions I have in my backyard. That's very frustrating. And then just the weather from living like near the Gulf of Mexico and having persistent rain patterns here. I mean, not like some parts of the U.S. Like the example people always think of is Seattle, but um, it still can be kind of frustrating. But What else? Let's see the live view. Is it? Oh, looky there. We're getting some breaks in the clouds. But this is interesting. You can really see the on the thermal camera the kind of the breaks in the clouds. But of course, it's 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 going through like it's failing on like every panel. And so, yeah, that would be funny if it clears just in time for it to have like completely blown through all of the panels without getting anything. Yeah, so it's not so late. If it were to completely clear, I could restart these schedules. I could, and I might. Although I might, what I might end up doing is, yeah. Is it really that much of a difference? I would I'm tempted to change it from like a 2 hour schedule to like an hour and a half schedule and then restart it. I might do that. Will it keep clearing? That's the $1 million question. Will it clear? It's looking promising. I mean, it kind of looks like it. It kind of looks like it. Like, I mean, this is often the pattern where it kind of start off patchy and then it kind of goes completely, you know, completely cloudy and then kind of it starts breaking up like it basically just a big patch of clouds. And even if you look at astroperic, even though it's not, obviously it's missing some stuff. Sometimes you see kind of these like kind of little wisps and maybe that's just what went over here. And the winds aren't that strong. So like the clouds aren't moving that fast. And so that just kind of delays it. Yeah. I was just kind of trying to look closely at it to see if I could see stars in the clear areas. And yep, I can see stars. But I think it'll be just in time for the yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep waiting. It is looking promising. And I am going to change the schedule while I'm waiting to like a 1 hour. I'm doing 9 frames. I'll have to let me think about that. Andromeda. Nope. Andromeda. And I'm not going to do 7200. Yeah, I'll do an hour and a half. That'll be 600 seconds per frame. So it would be 10 minutes per frame. But times 2 telescopes, I'll get 20 minutes per frame. I mean, per panel. Yeah, so the all sky camera, it's literally, it's basically a Raspberry Pi. Let me see if I can move this Raspberry Pi without causing it to crash, because this is actually the thing that's running the Mosaic, but it's basically just a Raspberry Pi, like this one, and I have this. It's a Raspberry. Some people use ZWO cameras, like they might have an extra planetary camera or something, but this is a Raspberry Pi HQ camera, which has the ability to have interchangeable lenses. And so this was an Arducam lens that I got off of Amazon that lets you, it's a fisheye, I think. But yeah, it's just, this is the sensor, 12 megapixel. It connects via a ribbon cable. Uh, so I think the camera was like $50 and the Raspberry Pi was like $45. SD card, memory. This one isn't the one that we're watching isn't sealed up. It's 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 essentially this Raspberry Pi with the camera on top of it with some other uh, kind of standoffs. So it's all kind of one unit, but it's all exposed. So I can't leave this camera out overnight unsupervised if there's any chance of rain. That said, I do have some plastic enclosures that I plan on eventually putting it into. But it's pretty straightforward. It's not that difficult. I mean, it's not that expensive, especially if you have like a Raspberry Pi sitting around. Like it's pretty minimal. Um, not too bad. And there's some software. The software I'm using is this. It's the one that quite a few people use. It's All Sky and GitHub. It's this software, and it's yeah, it's I mean, that was part of the reason why I did it, because I have I'll put the telescopes out in the backyard. Like right now, it's in the backyard. I'm in a room. This room has no window and it's on the second floor. But other times I'm, sitting in the living room and it's not near the window. And so I don't know if it's cloudy or not. And so, I mean, like in cases like this, where I'll be sitting on the living room, even before I was using the Seestar ALP software, I would sit on the sofa. I'd use the app to go to a different target, but I'd also look at the camera, and like if clouds rolled in, I might have seen that, oh, at some point in the evening, maybe around 10, 11 p.m., clouds are going to roll in. And I'd start imaging some stuff. And then after a bit, I'd see the clouds roll in. And then I'm like, well, I'm just not going to bother. Or I'd start seeing a lot of failures on the app. And I pull up the camera and I'm like, oh, okay, it's cloudy. I'm just going to pack it up for the evening. So it's been super helpful. And like I say, I mean, as it turned out, it was kind of projects I was doing during a few years ago, like 4 years ago. I ended up buying a few Raspberry Pis for projects, and so I actually had almost all the pieces I needed to do it. But it's very helpful. I've been happy with it, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again, and maybe at some point I'll do it. But I've been meaning to create a video about it, about building it, because and there's videos out there, but I was going to do kind of a slightly different twist on it, but we'll see. But like I say, the pieces are pretty readily available. The software is very straightforward. It gives this interface. It'll do time lapses. It can do these keyograms. Maybe mine is not the best one to look at, but if you look at their website, let me see where's the keyogram? Yeah, like it does this. It does this kind of image where kind of a strip over the course of the night. And so you can see like clouds going through, dense clouds. And so it can also do star trails. So it does some other cool stuff. It does time lapses, and it's all out of the box. And actually, the like this little thermal camera thing I have here, I mean, that was another kind of Raspberry Pi thing I had picked up a few years ago. And funny enough, like I was looking at, they had these like add-on modules, and one of them was the thermal camera, and I looked at the part and I'm like, I actually have that. So again, the whole it's kind of the Frankenstein setup, but it's basically all these pieces kind of bolted together, just sitting in a on a table next to the telescopes, looking up at them. And this actually isn't a fisheye lens. This one is a fisheye lens, but the lens that's actually on this camera is a more narrow lens, because since the sky is so restricted, to have a fisheye lens, because I originally had a wider angle lens on there, and all you like more than half the image is building, and I figured that's kind of a waste. Not to mention it was kind of interfering with the exposure at night, for example. Like it might be exposing more for the building than the sky. So I ended up swapping out a lens that I had that was narrower, and I kind of have it positioned so it's kind of looking between buildings. But yeah, now I might actually be able to image some stuff. And of course, it had just, how long ago? 4 minutes ago, it had completely finished the mosaics. Like it completely failed, but that's okay. I have gone and edited the file, and I'm going to try reloading it. I don't know. Maybe I don't want to do a full hour and a half at this point. Maybe I'll just do an hour. If I do an hour, it'll be 400 seconds per panel times 2. So that's 800 seconds per panel. Almost 15 minutes per panel. I mean, it would be a start. It's mostly because I don't necessarily want to stay up till like too late, but yeah, I'll switch it out to an hour. Or do I? Maybe I'll do. Yeah, I'll do an hour. Yeah, yep. He called it. It was going to clear up. And yeah, so let me go ahead and load up these schedules. So I am going to go mostly because, again, like I say, I have too much junk in my downloads directory. So let me choose a file, Andromeda, load it, import, other telescope, clear schedule. Yeah, so I scaled it back to an hour. But that's fine. If it ends up being clear, I mean, best case, it ends up being clear Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm going to try to do every opportunity I have to make up for lost time. Okay, Andromeda. Okay, all right. Import. Okay, great. So now I have an hour. I mean, it was basically just the CSV. I dumped it out, modified it, and yep. So let me go back to A, start, go back to B, start, go back to live view. Yeah, somewhat promising. And actually, let me go back to settings, bring up, oops, go switch to that. Plate solving succeeded for A and B. Great. It was able to plate solve. These that I stopped imaging. Well, I mean, it's, yeah. you only focus on completing your endless gear list or equipment collection. Was it uh, uh, what was it gear acquisition syndrome? Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, yeah. The struggle is real. I tell you, I've definitely tried to rein it in. Yeah, definitely. And then and actually, this isn't completely true, but part of with the live stream, with the streaming, I tell myself sometimes, like you can't get anything new unless you're using it for the stream or using it on stream, um, which of course led to some purchases in the beginning that maybe weren't strictly necessary. But I've kind of uh, it slowed down for a bit, but part of it's I just need to. The problem is if once I figure out the way I want to be able to stream a non Seestar telescope, or bring a non Seestar telescope on stream, once I kind of come up with a method that is satisfactory to me, then unfortunately it might be back to the off to the races again to start getting some more stuff. But I'd kind of put a pause on it, or I'd slowed down because I was telling myself it's like it's something you gotta be able to use on stream. Uh, it briefly slowed me down. uh, but yeah, this is promising. Plate solving is succeeding. So hashtag winning. Now, um, actually, I'm kind of curious. So this is the first attempt. Yeah. I don't know how many 20 frames it managed to stack from the first panel before the clouds rolled in. But hopefully this should so far it looks like it's doing okay. Um yeah. Yeah, and that was actually another thing. I remember there were a few times where um I had wanted to do some imaging or some observing, and it was in the evening, and I was like, I should use this new thing to do it. And I ended up like fiddling around with it inside for so long that by the time, yeah, I was done fiddling around with it, I'm like, oh, I need to go to bed. And so yeah, I was like so focused on the gear that I kind of wasn't able to use it. Oh well. Yeah. Yeah, it cleared up nicely. Nice call. Nice call. You encouraged me to stick with it, and yeah, it cleared up quite nicely. So let's, yeah. So this is where it would be nice if on the schedule it would actually give more details about how many panels it's or which panel it's actually on, so I don't have to go look at the logs. But that'll be the next thing. I hope that was okay. That was that. Yeah, that was this. That's fine. Um, I thought it was a problem with the actual stacking. It was a problem with the front end. What is this error? Settings front dot on get 946. I'm gonna 946. Huh. Render settings. line 281. I'm looking at the script. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. So either fast scope or multiple setup. Yeah, I mean, I have multiple Seestars, and I've thought about going kind of a faster, bigger scope. Yes. So what I did is I took so here's the script I have, or not the script. Here's the this is basically the schedule I originally had. So I exported it. I created it inside the controller. I exported it, and it was set to 7,200 seconds. So I just changed this value to 3,600 and then imported it. Yeah, that's all I did. But everything else I left alone, like the coordinates. I left the number of panels and overlap, and this is the gain. And so yeah, I just took that, imported. Um, yeah, you have experience. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, right now I've been debating getting. I had debated getting a third C star, but now I think I'm going to. I'm leaning towards improve either getting a harmonic mount or or updating one of my cameras, upgrading one of my cameras to a higher resolution astro camera. I mean, I have a low res astro camera. I want to update it to a higher res one. Yeah, it's definitely was fickle tonight, but it's good that I cleared up. But yeah, I've been debating getting a third C star, but I think for now I'm gonna get a probably an astro camera because the mount I have I can make do with, but the camera is kind of bugging me. So um oh yeah, I mean you could consider it. I mean the camera I have really isn't use it isn't good for the purpose I am using it for. Um like I want to get a cooled camera basically. I don't The camera I have is not cooled. Uh so yeah, that's the plan. I think the plan I'm going to stick with. Which camera am I thinking of getting? Um, I wasn't going to go too crazy with it. I mean, I'd like to get like the ZW 2600 Duo or something like that, the one that has the guiding camera on it, chip on it too. But I think I'm gonna. I forget which one it was. It was kind of one of the lower mid level ones, like around I think it was like around the $700-800 price range, somewhere around there. Nothing too crazy. I think like a 1 inch micro four thirds, kind of somewhere in that size, somewhere in that sensor size. But I forget the exact. I don't always remember which IMX it is. I was looking at either ZWO or TubeTech or Player one of those. Uh, I'd also thought about getting a dedicated solar camera, like Player One has one, but I'd have to start doing a lot more solar stuff, I think. Oh, which camera? I don't even remember. It's some ZWO, some cheap ZWO. It's not a great camera. I think it's some people use it for guide camera. It's not a great one. And plus then I also use I'll use like an SLR, a DSLR on it. Well, not a DSLR, a mirrorless camera on it because I have like all the adapters for that. Uh, but um, but that has its own problems and it's not cooled and the sensor isn't too bad, but I really need to get a dedicated, uh, something closer to the mirrorless camera, but a cooled astro camera. Yeah. You should, yeah. I mean, like, what camera do you like for like deep DSO stuff? Yeah. Well, and I mean, I know we've had this conversation about temperature. I mean, it's not like it's that cool here either. I mean, it's, you know, 30 30 40 Celsius, or like enough where, noise is, um, yeah, I mean, it's like 30 Celsius right now. I mean, it's not like super hot, but I mean, this is like as cool as it's gonna get all night. Okay, so IMX 571. Let me look that up. Which one is that one? 571. Oh, somehow I managed to do it. I have like two browsers open, and then I did it in the wrong one. IMX 571. Um, yeah. So as far as the cooling, uh, Kelsey, it helps with noise. I think that's like the main reason. The main reason it helps with, like, yeah, noise on the sensor. I forget which one. It's some noise related reason. Um, yeah, 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 and because like the sensor, because it's powered, it's going to be warmer anyway, and so by being able to having a cooler on it, it's much cooler than ambient temperature, which helps. So like, oh, Poseidon is the okay. I think I had looked at this one. Yeah, and it's APS-C. Yeah, I had debated getting APS-C. Part of me was like wanting to keep a little cheaper, and so that's why I was looking at some of the 1 inch and micro four thirds. But really, I want the framing of a APS-C, because otherwise it's like, I want to be able to get wider field of view. Um, yeah, yeah, the player one. Yeah, Tube Tech. That's why I think I was. Let me look at Tube. Okay, yeah, this one. Well, that price is. Wait. Okay, yeah, that's not necessarily. Oh, that's a mono one. Oh, that's cool. Harmonic mount. Yeah, yeah. I'm curious how that is. How the harmonic mount is. Yeah, and no problem. I mean, like that's kind of one of the things, like when I'm, what do you call it? You kick off an image, and it's, or an imaging session, and it's like, otherwise, it would be kind of dull if I just sat here and stared at the screen. We all stared at the screen. Um, Actually, I don't want mean to do that. Let's, let's see how it's going. How's it going? Uh, yeah, plate solving. So that all seems okay. Let me look at the, uh, okay, it's still on the first. Oh no, it's actually on the third panel. Great. Um, that's, yeah, I mean, there's a part of me that was wanting to try to avoid ZWO. Just yeah, I mean, I see a lot of good things, but I also see negative things, and then you see stuff where people are complaining about customer support or something. But yeah, so ZWO really wasn't on my list for this specific camera. Um, Now, one thing I had seen, I think I mentioned it on the live stream yesterday. Where was that? Let me find that. There was this. I'd seen this article or this, sorry, YouTube video where this. It was a harmonic mount from AliExpress that was kind of intriguing. Where did I put that link? I didn't think I put it there. Oh yeah, I did put it there. Nope, 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 nope. Um, okay. No, stop. I hate that when it, I'm trying to click a link, and the problem is it's popping to the wrong browser. But basically, this harmonic mount, this Jui 17, which it looks very much like like a like the AM5, and but yet it's just over $1,000. So I was kind of intrigued by that one. Um, yeah, yeah. I think Player One wasn't that. I thought that was like founded by like some ex ZWO person. I think something like that. Okay, QHY's problem is the drivers. It's interesting. But yeah, this one I was kind of um this one I was kind of thought was interesting. Yeah. But yeah, I mean harmonic mount, like I say, I have this mount that it's a non-harmonic mount that it's okay right now. So the camera is really my first priority over the harmonic mount. But this one looked interesting just because it wasn't nearly as expensive as the AM5, but yet it had similar specs to it. Very similar specs. I think it was like $1,200 when I checked it, but it's been as low as $1,000. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of cool. It's yeah. Yeah. Yeah, definitely camera is the priority. Because like I say, the mount I have right now, it does the job, and it'll do the job. It's really the camera that's the biggest frustration for me right now. Um, I kind of got ahead of myself. I actually got a SV Boney kind of 2-inch light pollution filter, narrowband filter, um, a dual narrowband filter. Anticipating that I was going to get a camera soon, but I haven't yet. But it was on sale for Prime Day, so it was already a cheap filter or an inexpensive filter, but I ended up I was like, it's even cheaper, so I should pick one up since I was going to get one anyway. Okay. That's that. Yeah. I'm at the stage where, like, initially I looked at the ZWO, the AM5, AM3. I didn't want to pay that much for it, And then even though it wasn't cheaper, I was kind of intrigued by the Skywatcher harmonic mount, specifically the Wave 100, I think, because it has um, the dual saddle mount, so I could have two telescopes on it, which I kind of I had a specific use case in mind for that. So I kind of like the idea of that, but the problem is again it was about that price. But at this price, I start thinking, that seems more doable. So, but yeah, if once you have details, yeah, please let me know, because that's definitely interested in that. And I know some other people who are kind of talking about harmonic mounts too. Uh, 294 sensor. Um, okay. Is that okay? Yeah. No, I think I had looked at one on this. Yeah, yeah, because it was a 4/3. It was, if it wasn't this sensor, it was a similar sensor. Um, yeah, and I think I also had looked at the 533. Okay. Oh, see, it has amp glow. That's not great. I mean, that's the other thing. I want, to a certain extent, I didn't want to pay. I didn't want to go too crazy on this camera, on this particular Next camera. But on the other hand, I didn't want to necessarily get an older sensor that has things like amp glow. So it was kind of like a trade-off. Like, I don't want to I don't want to get something that right off the bat feels like not a downgrade, but I feel like I'm there's a feature that I'm missing that I really shouldn't have cut corners on. Um, that's interesting. So a new mount that has more capacity but cheaper. No, that's good. That's good. I just haven't like I kind of got away from it for a bit, mostly because I wasn't in the market for it. Like I kind of had acquired some stuff around the time of the eclipse, the solar eclipse, and then there was some other stuff going on, non-astronomy stuff going on that I was a huge distraction, and so I had kind of put a pin in it. Um, well, that's the thing. Like, I didn't want to get, like something on the order of full frame. So I was kind of wavering between, do I get something like a micro four third sensor under $1,000, or do I just bite the bullet and get like a good APS-C camera? So that was kind of, I'd been kind of wavering between the two. Um, yeah. So yeah, several of those options you mentioned were kind of what I was thinking of. Yeah, I mean, and that's the yeah. I guess the other problem is like most of my cameras are like my mirrorless cameras are all full frame, so even APS-C sometimes feels like small relatively, because I'd kind of moved away from that with my mirrorless cameras and SLRs, but then the cost of going to like full frame, it just isn't worth it for me for the Astro cameras. Um, but like, yeah, so yeah, the 571. Yeah, so I mean that was something I'd yeah, 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 I have yeah, I know, I mean so like yeah, APS-C seemed like a reasonable place to be. And so that's I'd been kind of wavering on it, but realistically, if I get the right kind of camera, I won't need to upgrade for a while. So that's the other reason for going with And then plus like extra megapixels, that was the other thing, because I wasn't thrilled with some of the other sensors. Like how much was this one? Let's see. Yeah, no, that one's not too bad. No, that one's good. But yeah, APS-C. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not looking for price right now. I'm just googling to see the specs of it. Um, but yeah, I haven't. I'm not quite there yet, but I might be there, and if some other things happen, I might be there in next as early as next month possibly. I mean, part of me wants to get the new camera before fall. Um, but some other things have to happen first. Um, yeah. Let's see how we're doing on the camera. It should be kind of going through things pretty quickly now. Oh, auto go to plates all failed. Dang it. Why is it failing? Oh no, but then it succeeded. So A and B failed. So it did fail. So it did one panel, two panels, and then failed. I think it may have failed on one of the panels. Let me look at see if some clouds came back in. Maybe it was just bad luck. Maybe it was just a cloud went over, because like there's no clouds right now. It's weird. Yeah, but see, like on the one hand I can do solar. I mean, I can, on the one hand I've got the H alpha camera, but realistically I think I want a better camera for the deep sky objects. Um, so yeah. I mean, I part of me, to justify getting a solar camera, I'd have to do a lot more solar than I'm doing now. Yeah. But yeah, no, I think I'm definitely leaning more towards the for the deep DSO camera. Um, at least that's where I am right now. Let me see. Wrong window. I've got all these tabs open. I need to close a few. Close the all sky. Close the light pollution map. And look at the schedule. Just making sure it's all running. But let me see. Oh yeah. Good night, Kelsey. Thank you for joining. And gonna go out and eat breakfast. Well, that sounds like a good plan, because it's kind of late in the morning, mid morning for you there. I might actually kind of wrap up the stream. This thing is still going, but um, it's gotten through a few panels, and I'll probably have another live stream Monday or Tuesday evening, depending on how things go. Might even do a solar live stream, but we'll see how I feel tomorrow. But if not, I might do the solar live stream on Monday, honestly, because it looks like it's going to be good early next week. So I might do a solar and night live stream tomorrow, early in next week. So I will probably leave it at that, I think. So thanks for joining, everybody, and thank you for hanging. Thanks for those who have been here overnight while I'm up, while we're all up. I appreciate it. And yeah, so uh, oh yeah, like if, yeah. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thanks for joining. Have a good evening, and I'll see you in the next video. Maybe, hopefully, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, another live stream. Have a good evening and clear, or good morning, or whatever time of day it is. So, and clear skies.